The anti-heaven blade, as a fish, were similar to the blade fish in the regular fishery, except that they were more mysterious. They lived in the water below 500 meters and preferred darkness. It was difficult to spot them in the water since they were dark themselves. Han Fei kept descending. Up to this point, he had seen a dozen types of creatures, most of which fled the moment they saw Han Fei. He hadn't even reached the bottom yet. In the ocean, the most dangerous place was not the water but the bottom of it, which was full of pebbles and sand, making it hard to tell where enemies were hiding. On his way down, Han Fei killed another 2 anti-heaven blade before he landed on the bottom. When he was only a dozen meters from the bottom, he looked around in shock. He did not perceive the environment with his mind, which could only cover 250 meters. His eyes could see much further. He saw a tremendous reef as well as the debris of a shipwreck not far away. Apart from that, was that blue coral at the bottom of the sea? He was certain that it was definitely coral, except that they were dimmer than usual. Perhaps because the water was too deep, and perhaps for other reasons. The coral was almost a unique color, which felt dim and suffocating overall. Since there was a huge reef, there was naturally a lot of seaweed. They were somewhat scattered, but they had occupied many corners and clusters. From the blue glittering sea anemones, countless tentacles were floating in the seawater and capturing the plankton nearby, like straws. Suddenly, Han Fei's attention was attracted to a long bone that was floating above the sea anemones. Name: white bone fish. Introduction: this is a transparent fish that feeds on sea anemones. Its bone can break a magic weapon when it's under threat. Level 34. Quality rare. Spiritual energy 1082. Effect: it can increase one's health if it's eaten over a long period of time. Collectible: white bones. Absorbable. Han Fei was not really scared. He didn't think that a vegetarian fish would attack him voluntarily. As he expected, the white-boned fish slowly backed off into the darkness. But soon after the white-boned fish backed off, Han Fei glanced aside at an empty area where countless spots of light were flickering. Fallen leaf starfish? Han Fei was secretly relieved. They were starfish that could flash like Xiaochan. It seemed to be their naturally endowed ability. The fallen leaf starfish were a type of nomadic starship. They did not like to stay in one place for long, and their food was mostly plankton, which was the reason why Han Fei was not worried, or it would be quite creepy when so many starfish floated by. It was because the fallen leaf starfish had a remote relative named dry leaf starfish, which also lived in the level 3 fishery. The dry leaf starfish were the most dreadful creatures in the level 3 fishery. They were small and non-fatal, but when they were stuck to humans, they would absorb the victim's vitality and make them grow old quickly. Of course, humans were not the dry leaf starfish's only victims. Most creatures in the level 3 fishery would rather keep a distance from the dry leaf starfish, except a fish named Scavenger, which was their natural enemy. In his half-stealth state, Han Fei waited for the fallen leaf starfish to pass. Now and then, a couple of the fish crashed into him and stuck to him. Having no choice, Han Fei could only go to the bottom of the ocean, or he would be covered with the fallen leaf starfish soon. However, when Han Fei was about to approach the bottom of the ocean, a long worm jumped out of the stones, giving Han Fei quite a surprise. Shoot! At that moment, Han Fei only had the time to activate his spiritual energy protective cover, but it didn't seem to be very effective in the level 3 fishery. It fell apart after taking only one attack. Han Fei's feet were grabbed by the long worm, which dragged him into the soil. Damn it. What's this thing? Darting out the blue sea wandering dragon daggers, and grabbing the snow silver rod, Han Fei stabbed the soil hard. However, the long worm was still waving and trying to tear apart Han Fei. Before dragging him into its cave, Han Fei lowered his head, only to nearly pee his pants when he saw the disgusting creature. He discovered, to his shock, that this creature did not have a head. Or, rather, this creature's head was in its stomach, and it did not reveal its head until it attacked him just now. Han Fei only recognized that it was a head because he saw the circle of wrinkles around the head. Of course, this worm was dreadful, not just for that. Han Fei's legs had already been swallowed. He sensed that many tentacles were trying to penetrate through his skin. His body that he had always been proud of seemed to be pierced. He was greatly frightened. Damn it. Is the level 3 fishery so dangerous? He immediately unleashed 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers to cut whatever had tied his legs up. Finally, he plucked his legs out and flew dozens of meters away from the big worm. It was not until this point that Han Fei finally had time to check this worm's information. Name: mess swallowing worm. Introduction: this is an omnivorous worm that will feed on its own kind when it is lacking food. It usually hides in the sand and can be 30 meters long. When it matures, there are sharp hooks and circles of blades in its body. It also has swallowed pearls that can increase your speed when eaten. Level 36. Quality rare. Spiritual energy 1316 points. Effect: inedible. Collectible: swallowed pearls. Absorbable. Han Fei's eyes bulged after he read the introduction. This worm was 30 meters long? He immediately summoned the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and dragged the body of the mess-swallowing worm out. The more he dragged, the more shocked he was. This worm turned out to be more than 30 meters long, which made Han Fei shiver. Sweet Mother of God. Han Fei swallowed and finally had a closer look at the mess-swallowing worm. It was almost 30 meters long and half a meter wide. Its body was divided into countless sections, and there was a joint after every 2 centimeters, which made it even more disgusting than centipedes. Han Fei was reminded of the bobbits, the weird predators at the bottom of the ocean. It was said that a guy kept fish in a tank at home, but after a while, he found that the fish and coral in the tank reduced. Then, after days and nights of observation, he finally caught the lurking bobbit, which hid itself well and attacked quickly, almost never missing its target. More importantly, the bobbits could be 2 or 3 meters long. That was quite a frightening size for a worm. At this point, this mess-swallowing worm was multiple times more ferocious than a bobbit to Han Fei. It was almost an enlarged and strengthened version of the bobbit. Han Fei cut the armor of the mess-swallowing worm and cracked *its joints behind its skin. He did not kick the mess-swallowing worm away until he found a black ball. "You son of a *ch, you dare to eat me? You think you're awesome because you have a big mouth?" Han Fei cleaned the black ball and swallowed it since it could increase his speed. If he had a lot of swallowed pearls, it was possible that his speed would be further improved. After almost being dragged into a cave by the mess-swallowing worm, Han Fei dare not stay near the bottom anymore, but floated dozens of meters above the seabed. He scanned with his mind and found 8 mess-swallowing worms lurking within 250 meters. It was quite a surprise for him. Apart from the mess-swallowing worms, he even found many fearful shrimps, demon-eating conchs, and other creatures in the sand. Gloomily, Hanfei said, "Nine-tailed mantis shrimp, go haul those mess swallowing worms out for me. I'm going to have their pearls today." An hour later, Hanfei had swallowed a dozen and swallowed pearls. He then ran a test with the shadow swimming art. However, he found that the improvement of his speed was only in terms of his explosive power, so the improvement was not significant at all. If Hanfei's explosive power had been 100 earlier, he found that it had been increased by 1 point after he took a dozen swallowed pearls, turning it to 101. Though insignificant, the improvement was still tempting. Excited, Hanfei began to hunt the mess-swallowing worms without caring about anything else. Half a day passed. After taking 100 swallowed pearls, he found that his explosive power had been increased by 10%, and there was no effect when he took more of them. Hee. I can only take a limited number of them anyway. However, the treasures here are truly various. People will be shocked when they know that my explosive power has increased by 10% in half a day. Though Hanfei had hunted for a long time, he was not really far away, and the creatures he met were mostly anti-heaven blade, white-boned fish, fearful shrimps, etc. He had been planning to search for the black moon sickle fish. However, they seemed extraordinarily cunning. He only found 2 of them after half a day of searching, and they had slipped away before he drew near. As far as Hanfei could tell, the fish in the level 3 fishery were not rare, but they were smarter and more sensitive to danger. Some of the fish fled the moment they saw him. At this point, Hanfei was standing on a shipwreck. According to his statistics, he had found almost 10 shipwrecks after moving no more than 50 kilometers at the bottom of the ocean. It meant that too many boats had sunk in this level 3 fishery in history. Year after year, the old boats and the new ones rotted and turned to shipwrecks after sinking. In front of his eyes, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was fighting a purple soldier crab. To be more exact, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was taunting the crab. The purple soldier crab was known for their legs that could control water elements and transform them into spinning water blades and minor vortexes. But of course, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was not scared of it at all, and it whipped the purple soldier crab so hard that it was dizzy. Seeing that it was not dangerous here, Hanfei set Little Black and Little White free from the center of his eyebrow. He hadn't released those 2 because their level had only been increased by 4 after a whole year. Now, they were at quite a disadvantage against the level 30 creatures in the level 3 fishery when they were only level 26. During the year of farming, Hanfei had tried to enter the Soul Ocean more than once, but all his attempts had ended in failure. It seemed to be a complete accident that he entered the Soul Ocean. Of course, Hanfei had told Little Black more than once to swallow the primitive spiritual beasts in the Soul Ocean, but Little Black's level never really changed when it was out. As a result, those 2 had been growing much more slowly than the feather god Ray and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp did. At this point, Little Gold was already level 32, and because the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was out most frequently and had been fighting Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan, it had reached level 34. Hanfei reminded them, "Be careful out there. This is no longer the level 2 fishery. Little Black, you must protect Little White. Don't run about, and stay within a kilometer from me." Hardly had he said that when Little Black swam away and moved up and down at the bottom of the ocean. Very soon, it returned with an anti-heaven blade. Hanfei was lost for words. That's too outrageous. The anti-heaven blade was definitely humiliated since it was caught by a creature that was only level 26. Gloomily, Hanfei grabbed its tail and said, "You're grounded." Then, he addressed Little White. "Everybody should be obedient like you, Little White. Can you tell where the spiritual energy is abundant?" Little White had been resting on Hanfei's shoulder. After Hanfei asked that, it swam to a direction without even thinking. "Huh? That looks promising." Hanfei's eyes glittered. He had known that Little White was a great treasure hunter, but he didn't expect it to find treasure so quickly. Hanfei hurried to ask the nine-tailed mantis shrimp to kill the purple soldier crab and join him. After only one moment, Hanfei found a silver tree 10 kilometers from that place, and a spiritual fruit was hanging on the tree. Hanfei was immediately overjoyed. A spiritual fruit from the level 3 fishery? And only 10 kilometers from him? He didn't expect it to be so close. Hanfei looked around and extended his hand, taking out the blue sea wandering dragon pole. When the hook landed on the tree, he didn't pull it immediately. Instead, he waited for its protector. Generally speaking, most spiritual fruit in the sea were under protection, or they would be swallowed by regular fish long before human beings could find them. As he expected, after only 2 seconds, 2 eyeballs that looked like lanterns emerged in the dark water. Not just that, Hanfei even saw a glittering horn and 2 rows of gray teeth. Huh? A unicorn shark? Hanfei was stunned. He could tell that it was a shark without the full view of the creature, whose body size and brutal eyes reminded him of the unicorn. Shark, he read. He had never seen a shark in the general fishery, the level 1 fishery, or the level 2 fishery. The only shark he had known was Zhang Xuanyu's bloodthirsty shark. However, after only a day in the level 3 fishery, a shark was already here. Data popped up in his eyes. Name: unicorn shark. Introduction: this is a carnivorous shark that has a unicorn horn. It can spew flames of ice and is highly aggressive. Its horn can unleash mysterious sword aura. When it's under attack, it may go on a rampage, and its horn can tear apart regular magic weapons easily. Level 37. Quality rare. Spiritual energy 1616 points. Effect: it can strengthen veins and improve health if it's eaten over a long period of time. Collectible: silver radiance horn, shark teeth, shark incense. Absorbable. Hanfei narrowed his eyes. A rare quality creature was not impressive, but its level was still quite high. Immediately, Hanfei summoned Little Gold. When Little Gold appeared, the unicorn shark almost fled right away, but Little Gold had blocked its retreat when it ran only 50 meters. Little Gold bumped into the unicorn shark, head to head, spinning the unicorn shark for countless laps in the water. Hanfei nodded in satisfaction. It was doubtless that the unicorn shark could defeat Little Gold. However, it was best to keep the creature's horn intact. Hanfei instantly sent a thought: Little Gold, don't break its horn. After a brief daze, Little Gold unfolded its wings and grew significantly bigger. Its gold and red wings were like sharp blades. Hanfei could only see that Little Gold was everywhere in the water. When the powerful sword auras were launched from the shark, he tried blocking it with his blue sea wandering dragon dagger, only to be blown 50 meters away. Hiss. You're quite good. Hanfei's face slightly changed. Not that the unicorn shark was weak, but Little Gold was too strong. It was genetically decided that legendary creatures could crush rare creatures. When the unicorn shark was about to die, Han Fei recalled Little Gold and fought the unicorn shark on his own. The half-dead unicorn shark was finished off by Han Fei in no more than 5 minutes. Han Fei cut the unicorn shark's horn. He weighed it and collided it with his blue sea wandering dragon dagger, only to see a white mark on it. It did not seem as hard as he thought. As for the shark teeth and the shark incense, he did not intend to keep them at all, as they were not valuable to him. Han Fei thought for a moment. By his estimation, the level 3 fishery was not as dreadful as he thought. From the fact that the few guys from the ghost boat sneaked up on him through the water, it was obvious that though there were threats in the water, they were not fatal for dangling fishers. But of course, the case was completely different for a great fishing master, who would have been devoured by the mess-swallowing worm and couldn't resist one attack from the unicorn shark. Han Fei grinned and smiled. It seemed that the level 3 fishery was not dangerous except for the treasure troves. However, in order to be stronger and find treasures, he had to go to the dangerous areas. With that in mind, Han Fei was less enthusiastic when he looked at the spiritual fruit not far away, as it was merely a common and cheap spiritual fruit. Han Fei had been surprised that he found a spiritual fruit so easily when he first saw it. But he lost his interest when he realized that it was only protected by a unicorn shark. Generally speaking, better spiritual fruits were protected by stronger guardians. So, Han Fei was not hopeful about the spiritual fruit. However, when he saw the data of the spiritual fruit, it was quite beyond his expectation. Name: Secret Jujube Tree. Introduction: This is a precious tree that grows in the darkness. It can be used to create the best magic weapon. The fruits of this tree can strengthen your muscles and bones. Level 37, Quality, Ultra Quality Treasure Tree. Spiritual Energy, 92,645 points. Collectible, Secret Dates. Absorbable. Huh? Han Fei was slightly surprised. This tree was obviously on the same level as the snow silver bamboo, but it could only be made into a magic weapon at best. However, it contained almost 100,000 points of spiritual energy, which was outrageously high. Han Fei's eyes glowed, as 100,000 was a lot for him. If this fruit contained 100,000 points of spiritual energy, he did not need it to boast any other effects. Immediately, Han Fei picked the fruit and tossed it into his mouth. At that point, he tasted sweetness like never before, and the refreshing fragrance spread throughout his body. Han Fei specifically stayed here without going away. He wanted to find out if fish and crabs would be swarming at him like those in the fisheries that he had been to earlier. However, to Han Fei's disappointment, he only saw some fallen leaf starfish floating at him. Some fearful shrimps emerged and observed for a moment before they hid themselves again in the sand. Not only were they quiet, but the shoals of fish above him also passed him without launching attacks. Han Fei suddenly slapped his thigh, as he realized that he forgot to recall Little Gold and the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. Immediately, Han Fei recalled Little Gold and the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. After only one moment, tremendous amounts of fearful shrimps, demon-eating conchs and anti-heaven blade appeared. It was the demon-eating conchs that launched the attack first. With their sturdiness and fearlessly, they opened their mouths wide like black holes. Han Fei, on the other hand, drew out his snow-silver rod and whipped them. Then, the fearful shrimps were deployed, followed by the anti-heaven blade. Nine-tailed mantis shrimp, little gold. The moment they appeared, the diving anti-heaven blade took a turn and slipped away. The fearful shrimps and the demon-eating conchs backed off into the mud too. Naturally, Hanfei did not really intend to fight those common sea creatures. He was only testing the dangerousness of the level 3 fishery. It had been proven that the creatures here were smart and cherished their life. Having sensed the formidableness of little gold and the nine-tailed mantis shrimp, they abandoned all their attacks. Only the fallen leaf starfish, which were too lowly creatures to think, were still crashing into Hanfei, but they couldn't even break his spiritual energy protective cover. At this point, Hanfei was enjoying the energy from the spiritual fruit, which circulated in his body like a gentle brook. Huh? Hanfei sensed that the calabash on his wrist was glittering. He realized that part of the spiritual energy flowed into the demon purification pot. He was dumbfounded. Why are you competing for the spiritual energy from a small date when there is so much spiritual energy in Forge the Universe? But then, Hanfei noticed a change in the demon purification pot that had been quiet for a long time. He closed his eyes to perceive it more clearly, only to see two vague words that seemed to be breaking out of the dark void in the pot. Maybe because the spiritual energy was not enough, or maybe for other reasons. The two words were not manifested in the end. Hiss. Hanfei was greatly shocked. Did the demon purification pot have other abilities? Hanfei remembered that the pot gained new functions after he took spiritual fruits. However, since it was hard to find spiritual fruits, he had been accumulating spiritual energy by eating fish. Also, he had acquired spiritual springs from the mantis shrimp cave, the hexagon starfish, and the fire cloud cave. However, Hanfei had forgotten that it was the nature of human beings to devour other things. He had been treating the little calabash as a refining furnace and a storage space when it was silent. Will the demon purification pot grow continuously when it absorbs spiritual energy from spiritual fruits? Hanfei was overjoyed by the thought of that. It was certainly worth a try, since it wouldn't waste much of his time anyway. Besides, he was going to stay in the level 3 fishery for a year. Hanfei patted Little White's head and asked, "Do you see any other spiritual fruits around here?" Little White was really considerate and a most skilled treasure hunter. After only 3 days, Hanfei found 7 spiritual fruits and collected 7 treasure rods. Though they could only be made into magic weapons, magic weapons could be valuable too. The ultimate magic weapons in the Linglong Tower were worth hundreds of thousands of mid-quality pearls and were as expensive as the boats. The demon purification pot hadn't mutated yet, perhaps because the spiritual fruits weren't enough, so Hanfei kept searching with Little White. Because the fishery was vast, Hanfei did not think he would run into anyone. Besides, he was hundreds of meters deep in the water. He didn't think that the guys from the ghost boats would submerge so deeply. So, he simply kept Little Gold outside. At this point, Hanfei was seated on Little Gold's back, and Little Gold was sliding in the water with its wings opened. No creatures dared to approach them. Hanfei started to think that it was not completely a bad thing that the fish were clever. At least, he wouldn't have to worry about them attacking him recklessly. Suddenly, Little White stopped and swam downwards. Hanfei patted Little Gold and said, "Let's go down. A spiritual fruit is coming." But after Hanfei descended, he found that Little White was trying to squeeze into a rock. Huh? Wait. Come back, Little White. Han Fei's face slightly changed. Having studied arrays for a year, he had known a thing or two about them. After he saw the distribution of the rocks and the rarity of the fish nearby, he knew that an array had been established. Here. Han Fei picked up a long saber. This sword was built with the bones of the blue sea wandering dragon too, but different from the daggers for the million knife art, this saber was longer and was protected by a sheath. It had been forged specifically for drawing, the skill in the saber. Manipulation art. Back then, Han Fei complained that the Saber Sutra, as a heaven-level technique, only had this one offensive move, which was quite embarrassing. However, when he used drawing for the first time half a year earlier, he broke Lu Renquang's 6 shields. Since then, he had known that drawing was a magnificent life-saving skill that he should not use unless it was absolutely necessary. Han Fei took out the saber at this point because he was scared. It was said that there were thousands of dangerous areas in the level 3 fishery, and one could easily encounter them. Some of those areas were obvious, such as steep trenches, places with exuberant plants, or debris full of rocks. Those areas were easy to find, and of course, they had all been explored. However, some of the dangerous areas were less obvious and well hidden, such as the Fire Cloud Cave or the invisible cave Xia Shachan found when she had an attack. Those areas were difficult to be noticed. At this point, Han Fei was pretty sure that he had come to a dangerous area, surrounded by an array. This place seemed plain and not dangerous at all, but just like Old Bai said, when you came to a dangerous area, you would know that it was dangerous. Han Fei recalled Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold and then released the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, which made a better teammate when it came to fighting. Han Fei circled the rocks and smiled. A maze? It's quite a delicate design. Those rocks are not random. Some of the rocks and a shipwreck are the pivot of the array. Han Fei kicked a pebble at a certain rock, and then the rock completely submerged into the soil. Haha. Gotcha. After locating the entrance, Han Fei stepped in without any hesitation. He was confident that such a minor dangerous place couldn't kill him. When he stepped through the rocks, invisible ripples spread out, and things changed before Han Fei's eyes. He saw a space that was about the size of 3 soccer fields. At the end of this space was an enormous stone wall. Not far away from the entrance, there were stone tables that were entangled by glittering seaweed, which illuminated a straight aisle with green creepy light. In particular, on either of the aisle were 9 statues that were in different postures. They were holding harpoons and swords. Han Fei was not surprised to see statues, except that those statues on his left were actually mermen. No, Han Fei did not see it wrong. Among the mermen, 8 had tails and hideous faces. Their hair was like seaweed and their hands had 3 fingers and a web. The last one of them had feet with webs too. Behind him was a pointy fish tail, and he was holding his harpoon in an aggressive posture. The 9 statues on his right were humans. They were identical, and they were all holding a broadsword. Because the statues were in different postures, it seemed that they were showing sword moves. Huh? Interesting. Is this a sword technique? Regretfully, swords were not Han Fei's principal weapons, so the technique was useless for him. As behind the aisle, Han Fei could see a few groups of stones and one smooth and enormous boulder. As a normal person, Han Fei was curious about those statues, although this place was slightly creepy. After all, there seemed to be nothing except the statues here. But when Han Fei just set foot on the isle, he had a weird feeling that somebody was staring at him. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp sensed nothing. It still followed Han Fei, wagging its 9 tails. Han Fei frowned and looked at the mermen who were shorter than him, wondering if the statues would come back to life. Why else would he feel that he was being watched? But the statues didn't come back to life. Nor did they roll their eyes or change their posture, like Han Fei expected them to. When Han Fei reached the center of the statues, he heard dull collisions coming from somewhere, but he didn't know where. The scene before his eyes suddenly changed. He found himself floating in the water, and not far away ahead, 9 mermen were fighting 9 human beings. The battle was as vivid as could be. The mermen and the human beings were fighting, and the man holding the broadsword was slashing continuously. After his every slash, his sword would be bounced away by a certain force, allowing him to perform the second attack instantly. His attacks were most ferocious and unreserved. Han Fei confirmed that it was a technique, and that the illusion was the creator of the technique's demonstration. Han Fei even felt like applauding for the man after the demonstration. The technique was actually as good as Zhang Xuanyu's 7-layered waves in Furious Sea. However, its potential was not as good, and Zhang Xuanyu had deduced the 7-layered waves in Furious Sea into the 9-layered waves in Furious Sea. Han Fei was almost certain that this technique would surely lose when it was faced with the 9-layered waves in Furious Sea. But it did not mean that this technique was bad. In terms of the variousness of the moves, Zhang Xuanyu's 9-layered waves in Furious Sea was not as good. After the technique demonstration was over, Han Fei wondered if the illusion would be gone. But out of his expectation, though the human illusions were gone, the mermen with harpoons were still there, and they all stared at Han Fei as if they were alive. Han Fei's face slightly changed. For some reason, he sensed the determination of killing from the illusion. In the next moment, all the 9 mermen except the one with feet hopped and charged at Han Fei, with brilliant spiritual energy bursting out of their harpoons. Did the owner of this secret place hope to defeat the mermen with that sword technique? Han Fei was immediately amused. That technique was demon level at best and not even high quality. It did not interest him at all. When the first merman was about to hit Han Fei drew his saber as quickly as lightning. An enormous saber aura full of coldness was slashed out, breaking the illusion, as well as the 9 merman statues in the aisle. Han Fei's lips curled. He began to wonder if this was a dangerous place at all. However, he was slightly puzzled by the uncanny resistance he met just now. He didn't consider it a big deal, because it was broken by him easily. After that, Han Fei continued the exploration. Rocks the height of a man were everywhere on the empty ground, but Han Fei ignored them and walked straight at the high-rising wall. But when he approached the wall, he found a long-haired girl crouching on the ground. She seemed to be unconscious. Someone's here? Han Fei's eyes squinted. Why would anyone be here? He was greatly surprised. He had run into someone so easily in a random place that he passed in this vast level 3 fishery? Hello, miss. Han Fei prodded the girl with his rod. Seeing no reaction from her, Han Fei rolled her with the rod so that she would be facing him. It was not until this moment that he saw blood spilled all over the girl's chest. Without any hesitation, Han Fei cast the divine healing technique on the girl. Cough, cough, cough. In the middle of the brilliant and sacred light, the girl coughed. Han Fei asked, "You're up?" Hugh. Suddenly, a dagger was stabbed at Han Fei, but it had been grabbed by the nine-tailed mantis shrimp's two chains before it did anything. Han Fei was lost for words. "Hey, I just saved your life. Is this how you're repaying me?" Han Fei grinned and looked at the girl curiously. She seemed a couple of years older than himself. Though she was an intermediate dangling fisher, her breath was unsteady, indicating heavy wounds. Squatting, Han Fei asked curiously, "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet anyone in this unknown place. Miss, did something in this place hurt you?" Cough, cough, who are you? With a pale face, the girl was holding another dagger. She seemed to be vigilant of Han Fei. Han Fei grinned and said, "I'm a little carefree demon that likes to eat human beings without salt." The girl? They stared at each other in silence. The atmosphere got slightly weird. Finally, the girl said, "I am Yang Ruoyun. Who are you? How did you find this place?" Han Fei said lazily, "I happened to pass by and decided to check it out. I didn't expect to see anyone here." "Right, why are you hurt?" Yang Ruoyun gazed at Han Fei. "You do not dare to reveal your name?" Han Fei shrugged. "Why would I?" After a long silence, Yang Ruoyun finally said, "There's a sword on that wall. It's the treasure of this place. I was hurt because of that sword." Han Fei raised his head, only to see a pommel at the top of the wall. He hadn't noticed it earlier because the sword was completely buried in the wall, and it was hard to notice. However, Han Fei showed no intention of grabbing the sword after peeping at it. Instead, he sat down and said, "Let's not rush on the sword. It's not going anywhere. Can I ask you a few questions first?" "Yang Ruoyun?" She was lost for words. "Is this guy a psycho? You want to ask questions after you've just been told where the treasure is?" Before the girl said yes, Han Fei had started asking, "Do you know where the abyssal chasm is?" Seeing that the girl's pupils constricted and her body shivered, Han Fei knew that it was definitely not a good place. He had already terrified her by just mentioning the place. It must be very dangerous. Yang Ruoyun asked in shock, "You're going to the abyssal chasm?" "You?" Han Fei looked at his hands and asked, "What about me? Is that place dangerous?" Yang Ruoyun sneered. "There are too many dangling fishers in the level 3 fishery. Just ask them if they dare to go to the abyssal chasm." Han Fei was rendered speechless. "Didn't I just ask you about it? Come on. Tell me what you know." The atmosphere was getting weird in the cave. Those two people were supposed to be hunting treasures, but instead, they were chit-chatting. Yang Ruoyun thought quickly about who the unconventional young man was. She could tell that the guy was strong, but he showed no intention of killing her. He was quite strange too, to ask about the abyssal chasm. Yang Ruoyun replied palely, "Let's make a deal. You fetch the sword for me, and I'll tell you everything I know." Han Fei sneered. "It's easy for me to grab the sword, but why would I? You don't have any bargaining chips, girl. You're not suitable for my business." After a long silence, Yang Ruoyun said, "The abyssal chasm is hundreds of thousands of kilometers from here. If my guess is correct, you just came to the level 3 fishery, didn't you? If you want to go to the abyssal chasm, you might as well find a dragon boat that's going to that place first." Han Fei was slightly surprised. His background had been exposed so easily. It seemed that he knew too little about the level 3 fishery. He shook his head. I'm more concerned about the abyssal chasm, or the places around it, than the dragon boat. You can tell me everything you know, in exchange for your life. Yang Ruoyan's pupils constricted. What do you mean? Han Fei said casually, I'm going to be blunt. It was you who ambushed me when I passed the statues, wasn't it? Then, you pretended to be unconscious here. But you are too lousy an actress. You think I'm a fool and can't see through your fake blood? Also, the sword up there is a trap, isn't it? Then, Han Fei sent a thought and activated the chains of the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. Bam! 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 The chains pierced into the ground around Yang Ruoyan and caged her. Han Fei rose and said, rest assured. Nothing on you interests me. You have no treasures or a beautiful look. Let me tell you, I don't like old women. Pooh. Yang Ruoyan almost felt like beating him up. Old woman? She was not 20. Yet. Was that old? Of course, Yang Ruoyan did not really dare to do anything. She had planned to kill Han Fei earlier, but she didn't know that Han Fei was so strong. She could barely resist Han Fei's attack, and she would have been killed if Han Fei weren't still under the influence of the illusions. Now, this guy's mantis shrimp was very powerful too. Was he a heavenly talent? From one of the towns? Yang Ruoyan finally gave in. Actually, I don't know much about the abyssal chasm. First of all, it's true that the abyssal chasm is far away from here. When I first arrived, I was only 50,000 kilometers away from the abyssal chasm. But that was half a year ago. Half a year ago? Han Fei was lost for words. How far away had the girl traveled to end up in this place? Han Fei asked, did you float on the ocean for half a year? Yang Ruoyan shook her head. Of course not. I came here on a dragon boat. I couldn't afford the accommodation on the dragon boat anymore a month ago, so I went into the ocean to look for treasures. Huh? Seeing that Han Fei was suspicious, Yang Ruoyan spoke straightly, you think it's free to stay on the dragon boat? Fishers have to pay at least 100 mid-quality pearls for a day on the dragon boat. Some of the noble heavenly talents might spend 10,000 mid-quality pearls a day for their stay, not counting their food. Han Fei raised his eyebrow. The dragon boat is so profitable? He took a deep breath. It was hard for him to imagine how many people lived on the enormous dragon boats, but there must be hundreds of thousands of them. If anyone paid 100 mid-quality pearls a day, the daily revenue of one boat would be almost 1 million mid-quality pearls. Since there were 100 dragon boats in the level 3 fishery, whoever ran this business would be earning billions of mid-quality pearls a day, wouldn't they? Gudu. Han Fei swallowed hard. He was greatly shocked by the profit. One day's income. Here was enough to buy countless fish dragon restaurants. Yang Ruoyan was not nearly as shocked as Han Fei was. Of course, the dragon boat does not only charge mid-quality pearls. They also charge fish, spiritual fruits, magic weapons, and spiritual plants of the same value. So, if you have materials that are no longer useful to you, you can sell them to the dragon boat for mid-quality pearls of the same value. Han Fei tried to calm himself down. That was just money, which was only valuable in circulation. So, he managed to put it aside. Han Fei asked, so, does it have anything to do with the abyssal chasm? Yang Ruoyan looked at Han Fei thoughtfully and asked, is this really your First trip to the level 3 fishery? Han Fei nodded. What about it? If I had known more about the level 3 fishery, I would have killed you directly. Seeing that Han Fei showed no intention of killing her, Yang Ruoyun was secretly relieved. There are a few places you should know in the level 3 fishery: the vast seaborne prairie, the mysterious undersea city, the unpopulated Thousand Smoke Valley, the sea entrance stairs where the heavenly talents are gathered, and the most perilous abyssal chasm. Seeing no reaction from the heavenly talent, Yang Ruoyun went on. Those places are all life-blighting except for the sea entrance stairs. But heavenly talents perish all the time, even in the sea entrance stairs that are famous for its fortunes. As for the abyssal chasm, it's murky as the seaborne prairie. In the level 3 fishery, too many experts have explored it, including peak dangling fishers, but do you know what became of them? Han Fei raised his eyebrow. What? Yang Ruoyun replied in fear. They disappeared. So far, no more than 10 people have ever escaped from the abyssal chasm, and half of them went crazy after they did. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Was the place so dangerous? Han Fei asked, what about the survivors? Yang Ruoyun shook her head. I don't know. I've never met them. Maybe the big shots on the dragon boats, no more. What secrets do you think a Mr. Nobody like me would know? Han Fei did not suspect her. He believed that if someone survived the abyssal chasm and didn't go crazy, they would definitely be controlled by the powerful guys, and a common dangling fisher might be unaware of the details. However, Han Fei was not going to the abyssal chasm just yet. He was only getting to know it. Han Fei asked, then what do you know about other treasure troves around the abyssal chasm? Yang Ruoyun chuckled. Treasure troves? There are too many treasure troves in the level 3 fishery, like where we're standing right now. If you look carefully, there are definitely similar treasure troves around the abyssal chasm, except that they will be much more dangerous and harder to find. Han Fei nodded. He knew that Ren Tianfei wouldn't let him find the treasure so easily. Besides, he did not intend to go there at this point yet, although he could make preparations first. Earlier, Ren Tianfei had left a message warning him not to go there even if he became a dangling fisher, or he would die for sure. But that message was ambiguous. Should he not go there when he just became a dangling fisher, or should he simply not go there even when he reached the peak of it? Han Fei was not sure. He preferred to believe that the former was true after all. Han Fei felt that he was very strong as a dangling fisher. If he became a peak dangling fisher, he would probably be able to fight a hanging fisher. Could he still not go there by then? If not, Ren Tianfei could have hidden his treasure in the unknown world instead of the level 3 fishery, right? Of course, that being said, Han Fei wouldn't go to explore the abyssal chasm right away, not after everything he learned from Yang Ruoyun. Han Fei asked, anything else? Are there secondary treasure troves that are less dangerous? What? Yang Ruoyun shook her head. Secondary treasure troves? Any treasure trove can be dangerous. Many treasure troves seem unremarkable, but too many bones might have been buried in them, which you can't tell from the outside. If you're absolutely confident, you wouldn't ask that question. Han Fei was rendered speechless. Had he just been despised by a girl? Han Fei snorted. Don't presume that you can be arrogant just because I don't want to kill you. Nine-tailed mantis shrimp, keep her under watch. Then, Han Fei retrieved his fishing pole and cast the hook to the sword that had been plunged into the wall. The wall seemed smooth from far away, but on a closer look, it was full of sword marks, as if someone had been practicing sword arts here. To Yang Ruoyun's surprise, Han Fei stepped on the wall and ascended with his spiritual energy protective cover, fearless of the possible danger. The wall was no more than 100 meters high. Han Fei was not scared of such an altitude at all. When he set foot on the wall, he suddenly felt that the sword marks on the wall seemed to be back to life. Shadows of swords seemed to be flying in the void and stabbing at Han Fei. His lips cramping, Han Fei took a turn and accelerated, dodging the sword shadows easily, but as he climbed higher, the sword shadows got denser and denser. Soon, the sword shadows were so concentrated that it was impossible for Han Fei to dodge all of them with his 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. As Yang Ruoyun watched it in shock, the blue sea wandering dragon daggers emerged from Han Fei's body one after another, and very soon, Han Fei was surrounded by the sharp daggers that left even more marks on the wall. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei had approached the pommel, but before he reached for yet, the sword shadows had accelerated continuously and overwhelmingly to the point that the blue sea wandering dragon daggers could barely defend him. If the sword shadows were real swords, Han Fei would have been less worried. However, as sword shadows, they would only regather after they were blocked and dispersed by the blue sea wandering dragon daggers without being really broken. At this point, Han Fei sensed strong saber auras. If a peak great fishing master were here, they would have been cut into pieces in no time. Those sword shadows were already as powerful as beginner dangling fishers. Besides, they were simply too dense. Thankfully, it was Han Fei who came to draw the sword. Having practiced the saber manipulation art and the saber sutra, Han Fei strengthened the attacks of the blue sea wandering dragon daggers and managed to resist the sword shadows. While Yang Ruoyun observed it in fright, Han Fei laid his hand on the pommel. Bam! A sword was drawn out, and the vigorous aura of the saber cut Han Fei's spiritual energy protective cover with a clunk. Crack! The spiritual energy protective cover was broken, and the saber aura kept cutting Han Fei's skin, raising the same noises. Humph! You're just a sword. Do you really think you're something? Han Fei sensed that the sword was trembling and trying to break free from him. He realized that he might have met a weapon that had a spirit. Clang! Han Fei grabbed a random blue sea wandering dragon dagger and cut the sword. Clang! 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 If you're disobedient, I'll beat you up until you obey. Boom! Han Fei jumped off from the wall. He then threw the sword to the sky and slashed it hard with dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Yang Ruoyun was completely dumbfounded, not expecting anyone to threaten a spiritual weapon that had been sealed for the next owner into obedience. It was truly an eye-opener for her. After only 1 minute, the sword stabbed into the ground, not moving at all anymore. If the sword could talk, it would be crying out aloud at this point. Have I ever done anything wrong to you? Why are you slashing me? I'm a spiritual weapon. Please show some respect. It was not until this moment that Han Fei finally examined the information of the sword. Name: Wind Sword. Introduction: This is forged with fine wind rocks. It weighs 3,000 kilograms and can break the wind. Quality: mid-quality spiritual weapon. Enchantment: Anti-Heaven Blade. Recastable. Unrefined. Note: because of the restrictions of its materials, it can only be reforged. into a mid-quality spiritual weapon at best. Hee hee. No wonder you gave in so quickly. You're just an anti-heaven blade. Han Fei grabbed the wind sword with one hand. Its weight suited him well, but he was not a swordsman. Also, an anti-heaven blade, as the spirit of the weapon, was beneath him. This sword was no better than his blue sea wandering dragon daggers anyway. He was about to throw the wind sword into Forge the Universe when he noticed that Yang Ruoyun was staring at it. He chuckled. You want it? That's fine. What do you want to exchange for it? Yang Ruoyun looked at Han Fei thoughtfully. You have so many spiritual weapons. Do you need this one? Han Fei shrugged. I don't. But it's mine. Whether I need it or not. If you want it, you have to give me something for it. Yang Ruoyun said, I have a spirit-level, ultra-quality technique named Wind Sword 9 Slashing. Do you want it? Han Fei chuckled and pointed at the 9 statues on the aisle. You mean that technique? Sorry, but I'm not interested in it. Yang Ruoyun was silent. She was poor in the first place. What could she possibly have to exchange for a spiritual weapon? Han Fei waved his hand, and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp loosened the chains. Han Fei said casually, forget it. I'll spare your life for all the information you told me, but don't think about this weapon. It's a spiritual weapon with a real spirit that can be sold for hundreds of thousands of mid-quality pearls anyway. I won't give it to you for free. Yang Ruoyun rose palely. This spiritual weapon is really too precious for me. Farewell. She did not beg. Now that she couldn't have it, she decided to leave, fearing that Han Fei might change his mind later and kill her. But Han Fei did not stop her, but simply watched her leave with a smile. He was considering something else in his mind. He needed to polish his weapons again. Now, his only worthy weapons were the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. The invincible water-stirring seal in the past had almost been shattered, and the snow silver rod was barely useful too. After Yang Ruoyun left, Han Fei sent a thought and asked the 9-tailed mantis shrimp to guard the door and kill whoever trespassed. Then, Han Fei sat down, and a calabash appeared in his hand. The water stirring seal, the wind sword, the bones of the blue sea wandering dragon, Sun Ye's spiritual sword, the snow silver rod, and all the rods he acquired in recent days were stuffed into the calabash. Hey! Forge now! Han Fei sensed that his spiritual energy was plummeting. He had truly invested a lot this time, including 2 spiritual weapons, multiple ultimate magic weapons, and treasure rods. If the level 3 fishery was truly as dangerous as Yang Ruoyun said, a great weapon would be indispensable. Han Fei devoted all the materials to a tiny seal, but its materials were much more valuable than those of the water-stirring seal. More spiritual energy was consumed than when he forged the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Each blue sea wandering dragon dagger cost about 50,000 points of spiritual energy, and it was just a low-quality spiritual weapon. However, he sensed that he spent 10 times more spiritual energy this time. In his head, he imagined a seal the size of a fist with 2 fish on the top and 4 sides down below. The demon purification pot, on the other hand, soon forged the seal according to Han Fei's imagination. Han Fei could sense that a lot of materials were being obliterated. The previous water-stirring seal had only the size of a fingernail left, and the snow silver rod also became an unknown white substance. The other treasure rods had even less left than the snow silver rod did when the impurities in them were vaporized. Eventually, it was the wind sword and Sunya's spiritual sword that provided most of the advanced materials. A moment later, Han Fei spent almost 500,000 points of spiritual energy, and a blue seal popped up before him. A string of data appeared in his eyes. Name: Water Dividing Seal. Introduction: This is forged with hundreds of rare materials. Weight 10,000 kilograms, it can suppress anything. It's so hard that only an ultra-quality spiritual weapon can break it. High-quality spiritual weapon. Enchantment. Recastable. Unrefined. Note: since nothing is enchanted yet, this weapon can be forged into high quality at most. Its level may increase when spirits are enchanted to it. Han Fei grinned and dripped his blood on it. Then, the water-dividing seal submerged in his body. Then, he triggered a thought, and an enormous seal was summoned. Bigger. 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 Han Fei tested the limits of the water-dividing seal. It was almost too much for him to bear when it was about 50 meters long. The bigger the seal was, the more spiritual energy it required, and the more powerful it was. He knew that the water-dividing seal could still be bigger, but it would be less condensed if so. The seal was gradually reduced in size, and when it was about 30 meters long, Han Fei sensed that the water-dividing seal had peak damage. Hey! It's related to the upper limit of my spiritual energy. Han Fei sensed that the power of the seal had to do with his limits. Earlier, when he used the water-stirring seal, he almost made it a dozen meters long. Back then, because the water-stirring seal's level was low and his spiritual energy capacity was high, he didn't feel anything. But this time, he sensed that his weapon had to be supported by his power. Therefore, theoretically speaking, the stronger he was, the more powerful his weapon would be. Although this water-dividing seal almost consumed all of Han Fei's materials, he did not feel regret at all. If anything, he found it to be a bargain. He knew that the number of materials did not always matter in refining. It was impossible to build a mid-quality spiritual rod with however many ultra-quality treasure rods. It was the quality of the materials that decided everything. It was possible to cross one minor level, but it was very hard to cross two minor levels. At this point, although the water-stirring seal had only turned from an ultra-quality magic weapon to a high-quality spiritual weapon, it was completely different from before. Han Fei only waved his hand casually, and boom! Squeezed by the water-dividing seal, the wall had a dent multiple meters deep. Han Fei's attack had ruined the previously flawless wall. Han Fei weighed the water-dividing seal in his hand. He now had the blue sea, wandering dragon daggers, and the water-dividing seal. If he grew stronger, he would probably be able to use that mysterious rod too. Thinking about that, Han Fei thought that he had reached a new peak in terms of equipment, and he was confident to go to any regular place in the level 3 fishery. He looked at the demon purification pot again, but the words were still vague. Although they seemed to be popping up. It was definitely a new function. Han Fei decided to look for more spiritual fruits. He had a whole year to explore the dragon boats and the treasure troves. So, it was more important for him to improve his capabilities comprehensively. It would be better if he could find another spiritual spring and finish the deduction of the 4th level of void fishing. He searched the place again and found no other treasures. He finally let go and decided to leave, but then he thought of something and returned to the wall. With the blue sea wandering dragon daggers, he carved on the wall quickly and soon created the image of a man in a weird posture. Han Fei looked at his masterpiece in satisfaction. It was the first treasure trove he explored, so he would lead the first posture of the 108 spirit absorbing war bodies. It would be his gift for future explorers. After he explored 108 treasure troves, he would lead the 108 postures in the technique, and someone would collect all of them someday. By then, he could leave a map on the 108th treasure trove he visited and call himself a master like Ren Tianfei did. Han Fei had a strong sense of achievement when he thought about that. He wondered how strong he would be by then. After that was done, Han Fei finally left the place. He looked around but didn't see Yang Ruoyan. Then, he summoned Little White, Little Gold, and Little Black and continued his search for spiritual fruits. 7 days passed. Han Fei did not look for the dangerous places specifically. Instead, he searched the ordinary places, because he thought that the dangerous places that had spiritual fruits would be too crowded. During the 7 days, Han Fei did not run into any dangerous place, except for a pit of snakes, where he found 100 poison fruit. As for the 100 poison fruit, it was an antidote spiritual fruit that was much more advanced than the exotic poisonous fruit. It could resist mystic level poisons. It was not exactly a treasure, but still better than nothing, as too many creatures in the ocean were poisonous. He could buy the spiritual fruits that could increase his poison resistance. But they were very expensive. Now that he encountered one, there was no reason to give it up. At this moment, after killing a rare red-haired crab protector, Han Fei picked a spiritual fruit and put it in his mouth. It was the 16th spiritual fruit that Han Fei had found during the last 7 days. Nobody else in the level 3 fishery was better at looking for spiritual fruits than he was. The moment he devoured the spiritual fruit, Han Fei sensed excruciating pain on his wrist. Delighted, he closed his eyes. As he expected, a big word popped up from the dark chaos. Enchantment. Han Fei was briefly stunned. He had seen this word too many times. It was in the tag of every spiritual weapon he saw. Something was instilled into his head. Enchantment was a way to enliven a spiritual weapon, or in other words, it was a way to add spirits to spiritual weapons. Han Fei was overjoyed. He had known that the spiritual weapons had spirits, but he never knew how to add spirits to them. He even looked for the information in the school library, but it contained few books on refining. Most graduates of the Thug Academy were fans of fighting instead of refining. It was not unusual that they left few tricks on refining behind. At this time, Han Fei realized that the demon purification pot could inject the soul of fish into weapons. A few days earlier, the wind sword he drew in the treasure trove was a mid-quality spiritual weapon because the soul of an anti-heaven blade was injected into it. It was also why the sword appeared intelligent. At this point, the function of enchantment was a pleasant surprise. Han Fei didn't know that he could unlock such an awesome ability after only a few days. In the meantime, Han Fei had been notified that it required 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy to activate the function. Hiss. Han Fei was lost for words. Earlier, it only cost him 10,000, or maybe 5,000, points of spiritual energy to activate Forge the Universe. Why did enchantment require 1,000,000? That was 100 times more. However, what Han Fei did not know was that, although there were many Refiners, few of them could seal spirits into weapons. Although it seemed natural to endow spirits to spiritual weapons, it was actually not as easy as it looked, and achieving that function demanded a high price. However, Han Fei did not consider it a big deal anymore after the initial surprise. He had collected more than 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy from the spiritual fruits he found in the past days. So, he had enough spiritual energy to spend. Activate. Han Fei saw that the calabash appeared in his palm, and tremendous spiritual energy was absorbed by the calabash. It was not until an hour later that the calabash was finally back to peace. Then, it became a tattoo on Han Fei's wrist again. Han Fei, on the other hand, cast his fishing pole and captured an anti-heaven blade. He then threw a blue sea wandering dragon dagger and an anti-heaven blade into the demon purification pot. Enchantment. A moment later, Han Fei found that his spiritual energy was reduced by 50,000 points. Immediately, his heart became heavy. It only took him 50,000 points of spiritual energy to forge a blue sea wandering dragon dagger, but the enchantment on a dagger cost the same price? Naturally, the level of this blue sea wandering dragon dagger had changed. Name: Blue Sea Wandering Dragon Dagger. Introduction: made of the bones of the blue sea wandering dragon, this blade is extremely cold and can freeze the enemy if it cuts into the enemy's body. Quality: mid-quality spiritual weapon. Enchantment: anti-heaven blade. Resettable. Recastable. Han Fei realized that it was not a bad deal. The water-dividing seal cost tremendous materials and spiritual energy, but it was still a high-quality spiritual weapon, but the level of the blue sea wandering dragon dagger was increased when an anti-heaven blade was enchanted to it. That was definitely a bargain. He instantly threw the blue sea wandering dragon dagger out at a mess swallowing worm that was hiding in the sand. To his surprise, the blue sea wandering dragon dagger seemed to be 2 daggers. Huh? It's indeed much more powerful than before. Han Fei did not kill the mess-swallowing worm. He merely weakened it and reset the enchantment with the worm. A moment later, he spent another 80,000 points of spiritual energy on the weapon. Its quality remained the same, and its enchantment became the mess-swallowing worm. This time, when Han Fei controlled the dagger, he found that it was no longer in double. Instead, its explosive power was much higher than before. If the speed of the blue sea wandering dragon dagger was 100 earlier, it was now 200 at this point. That growth was horrifying. Greatly shocked, Han Fei had new conclusions. Firstly, the spiritual energy required for enchantment was different when different creatures were enchanted. Secondly, the weapon would boast part of the features of the creatures that were enchanted to the weapon. After the experiments, Han Fei had a plan. The water-dividing seal was heavy and ferocious. Then, theoretically speaking, it could be even heavier if it was enchanted with a gigantic tortoise. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers, on the other hand, were cold and fast. Then, he should find creatures with similar features to build up those weapons. But Han Fei did not hunt the mess-swallowing worms for enchantment immediately. Although the mess-swallowing worms were quite useful, their consumption was huge too. His spiritual energy would be used up before he enchanted the 100 daggers. To increase his combat ability, Han Fei enchanted 10 blue sea wandering dragon daggers in a row, which cost him 800,000 points of spiritual energy. He smiled bitterly after the expenditure. He had thought to save spiritual energy to deduce void fishing, but the storage of his spiritual energy had actually been declining. After only a few days, his stock turned from 5 million to 4 million. This is not going to work out. If I keep looking for spiritual fruits, I can only enchant a few spiritual weapons at best. It's time for me to explore the real treasure troves. It was one of the most regular things to hunt treasures in the level 3 fishery, but the problem was that most people didn't know where the treasures were. For example, Han Fei was absolutely confused even though he had a map. The previous treasure trove he visited was not marked on Old Bai's map, so Han Fei had no references at all. After searching for 2 days, Han Fei couldn't stand it anymore. He decided to see if he could board a dragon boat. His plan was to locate one of the treasure troves on the map while he was on the dragon boat so that he could navigate it himself, where he couldn't tell where he was at all without any references on the ocean. On one particular day, Han Fei recalled Little Gold and rode the 9-tailed mantis shrimp to the surface. As it happened, when Han Fei was ascending, he saw something glittering far away. He had thought that it was an exotic creature, but when it was closer, he found that it was Yang Ruoyun, whom he kicked away a few days earlier. Is she here for me? Huh? Wait. Someone is chasing her. Yang Ruoyun was also stunned to see Han Fei. She hurried to say telepathically, "Help me." Blinking his eyes, Han Fei replied, "Don't bring trouble to me. You're neither my family nor my friend. Why should I help you?" Yang Ruoyun said, "I know a treasure trove." Han Fei immediately declared, "Come to me. I'm never reluctant to rescue a damsel in distress." Yang Ruoyun. She was completely rendered speechless by Han Fei's dramatic change of attitude. But she was too exhausted to run further. Han Fei was her last hope on this vast ocean to save her life now. Han Fei immediately stood before Yang Ruoyun. He saw 4 people chasing her. Yang Ruoyun hid behind Han Fei. Han Fei then found that the girl's belly had been stabbed, and that she had multiple more wounds on her body. She was clearly not in her best condition. When Han Fei saw her pursuers more clearly, his face changed, and he wondered whether they were lucky or unlucky, because they were the same people who ambushed him last time from the ghost boat. Han Fei immediately whispered, "You stay here. You'll die even if you escape. I'm the only one who can treat your wounds." Then, Han Fei rushed out. He was eager to seek revenge. Last time, he was tricked by those people. Now that he ran into them again, how could he let them get away? Those 4 people obviously slowed down, not believing that the woman had a helper. That was impossible. But how could she run into another person so luckily on the vast ocean? More importantly, why was her helper so fearless? He was bold enough to launch an attack when he was against 4 people? When Han Fei approached them at a high speed, their faces all changed, as they recognized the young man from the other day. They wondered why he was still in this area. They were rather speechless. Most people would have swum far away after such a long time, but Han Fei seemed to have spent all his time here. That didn't make sense. They immediately made the decision to run. As pirates from a ghost boat, they had keen eyes and knew that the young man was not normal, because no normal person would attack 4 people crazily. Han Fei shouted, "Stop, thieves! Stop. If you don't want to die, or I'll chase you to the ends of the world." They couldn't have looked more awful. For the first time in their life, they were threatened by a young man. But they did not dare to look back at all. Because Han Fei was too fast. When they slowed just now, Han Fei had covered half of the distance between him and them, and he was still accelerating. Let's run in different directions. Han Fei couldn't have looked more awful when they split. He could not catch up with the manipulator, so he went after the hammer guy. Those brawny guys were usually slow runners, and this guy was not an exception. Han Fei approached him quickly. The hammer guy said, "Young friend, we've settled our score. It's not smart to waste your strength here on this vast ocean." Han Fei yelled, shouted. "You can't just get away after beating me up. Wherever you are." Yang Ruoyun was dumbfounded as she watched it. They were assassins from a ghost boat. He was chasing 4 assassins from a ghost boat on his own? Was she hallucinating? The problem was that the assassins fled the moment they saw Han Fei. Why? Hew! 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 Before Han Fei arrived, his daggers had been launched. The 10 blue sea wandering dragon daggers, all enchanted, had become mid-quality spiritual weapons and were twice as fast. The hammer guy waved his weapon and tried to defend himself. But he heard his flesh being torn apart in the next moment. He hit none of the daggers when he waved the hammer crazily. Appalled, he attempted to run, only to find that he couldn't move anymore. The freezing aura from the daggers had frozen him where he was wounded. He staggered and nearly fell over. "Where are you going? Take my seal?" The man saw the illusion of a seal behind him. Having no time to run anymore, he could only try his best to resist the attack. Bam! Spiritual energy burst out of the hammer when it had a head-on clash with the water-dividing seal. Crack! To the man's shock, his hammer, which was a spiritual weapon, was broken into halves. Boom! The man was blown to the bottom of the ocean, raising a storm of dust dozens of meters high. Delayed by the man, Han Fei knew that he couldn't catch the other 3. So he simply landed at the bottom of the ocean and waited for the dust to disperse. A moment later, Yang Ruoyun joined them, and the dust was mostly gone. She saw a brawny man lying in a pit with nothing but the handle of his hammer. Blood was bursting out all over his body. Gulp! Yang Ruoyun swallowed and peeped at Han Fei, feeling lucky that she didn't keep attacking Han Fei earlier, or she couldn't have resisted such a ferocious attack. Han Fei asked, "Where are your companions? Confess." The man's bones had almost been fully shattered. He struggled to reply. "Everybody from the ghost boats accepts their fate. If we die, we die. They won't care about me." Han Fei sneered. "Hee hee. Since you split when you escaped, you definitely have ways or a rendezvous to regather. Take me there, and I may spare your life. That's my promise. Look at this girl. She tried to kill me earlier, but I let her go." The man gritted his teeth in silence, not convinced by Han Fei at all. It was a law that nobody in the level 3 fishery was to be believed. Han Fei squinted and waved his hand, covering the man with a healing sheen as well as Yang Ruoyun. Both of them were greatly shocked. "You are a spirit gatherer?" Neither the man nor Yang Ruoyun could believe it. With the daggers and the seal, the guy had undoubtedly thought him to be a soul warrior, but why a spirit gatherer? Han Fei stepped on the bottom, establishing a spirit gathering array. He then injected spiritual energy into their bodies. Han Fei said unhurriedly, "I'm still new to the level 3 fishery, and I'm in need of a few tour guides. You think I was chasing you to kill you? The man replied, dazed, you weren't? Han Fei said while rolling his eyes, killing is never the best choice. Aren't you in the ghost boat business? Take me with you. I can be your boss. We can rob whoever we want. Wouldn't it be much better than your four-man team? The man? Yang Ruoyan? Both of them looked at Han Fei in disbelief. What was he talking about? Did he want to be involved in the ghost boat business? The man stared at Han Fei, still confused. But Han Fei grabbed him and said to Yang Ruoyan, let's talk on the surface. A moment later, Han Fei said lazily on the boat, what can I earn from killing you? You deserve to be poor with your way of doing the ghost boat business, which is purely based on luck. He looked at the man in disdain. Why are you still holding the handle of your hammer? You call yourself a ghost boat sailor when you don't even have a mid-quality spiritual weapon? The man swallowed and said, well, Han Fei interrupted him, well what? Later, when we find enough materials to forge spiritual weapons, I can give you each a mid-quality spiritual weapon. With a sealed spirit, provided that you pledge your loyalty to me. The man swallowed hard and thought quickly. He knew how expensive a mid-quality spiritual weapon with a sealed spirit could be. He could afford a spiritual weapon without sealed spirits, but those weapons weren't real spiritual weapons, which, as their name suggested, required a spirit. Not everybody could forge a weapon with a sealed spirit. Taking a deep breath, the man said, I'm Wang Yi. I pledge my loyalty to. Han Fei said, to your young master. Wang Yi pledges his loyalty to his young master. Han Fei didn't feel much about Wang Yi's surrender. Judging from the current situation, this was entirely because Wang Yi was suppressed by his force. But even so, he didn't care. The reason why he wanted to engage in the ghost boat business was that these people wandered around the level 3 fishery all year round and they must know a lot. In addition, Han Fei also felt that this was a very promising business. How easy it was to rob people. And he might snatch something good. Han Fei looked at Wang Yi. Go, let's go find your companions. Wang Yi obviously hesitated for a while, then nodded and took the initiative to control the fishing boat. After a moment, about 600 kilometers away from the previous location, Wang Yi stopped the fishing boat. Master, this is it. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay. You two, go down with me. Yang Ruoyan did not object. In fact, she was now on the chopping block. Han Fei didn't even say whether he would let her join the ghost boat business, so her only remaining value was that she knew a secret realm underwater. Han Fei discovered that there were many sunken ships here. In just a small area, there were nearly 100 shipwrecks. Wang Yi said through a voice transmission, this was once a dangerous place. There used to be a deep-sea big octopus lurking here and attacking passing fishing boats. Therefore, some strong master came and killed it. Han Fei responded, so, this is where you meet? Wang Yi nodded. Han Fei was speechless. Who would come to such a place? Who? Could he rob here? Suddenly, Han Fei smiled. Oh, what a coincidence. We meet again. Under the water, Han Fei saw the 3 guys who ran away from him. At this moment, the 3 were startled and were about to run. Han Fei immediately transmitted his voice, hey, don't run. Don't you see Wang Yi by my side? He has already pledged allegiance to me. Not knowing if his words worked, Han Fei looked at Wang Yi, who seemed to be communicating with the three. Han Fei said to Wang Yi, "Just tell them, I can promise them what I promised." You. Han Fei, he just wanted to persuade them first. After they surrendered, it would be his greatest kindness to let them go. Wang Yi nodded and continued to transmit his voice to them. After a while, a voice sounded in Han Fei's head, "How can you promise that you will not attack us?" Han Fei disdainfully said, "Attack you? Why the bother? Are your weapons better than mine, or is your money more than mine? Don't overestimate yourselves. Believe it or not, I can stone you to death with mid-quality pearls." The faces of the others changed slightly. This guy was really arrogant, but if what Wang Yi said was true, they'd better not be his enemy. The female manipulator swam forward and looked at Han Fei. "Then why do you want us to be under your command?" Han Fei smiled. "How long have you been in the level 3 fishery?" The female manipulator responded, "Almost 3 years." Han Fei nodded. "The reason why I want to accept you is that you are familiar with this place. You know more about the level 3 fishery than me. When I know enough about this fishery, you can go." Another spear-bearing man said. "Who knows whether or not you'll kill us then?" Han Fei gave him a sideways glance. "As I said earlier, what good is it for me to kill you? None of you are worthy of a mid-quality spiritual weapon. Why do I bother to kill you?" They were embarrassed by what Han Fei said. "How can you look down upon us like this? Anyway, we are junior peak-level dangling fishers and all have spiritual weapons and have obtained a lot of opportunities. Why did you speak as if we are a bunch of small potatoes?" Han Fei said, "It's up to you. Anyway, I didn't expect anything from you. If you don't want to go with me, just continue to run your ghost boat. Don't regret missing today's chance when you die." With that, Han Fei swam away. Although he needed others to tell him about the level 3 fishery, he didn't want to waste time on these people. Behind him, the people followed. Although they themselves thought it was ridiculous for them, for dangling fishers, to surrender to a person of the same level. Han Fei glanced at them and then pointed his finger at the endless sea, saying, "Look at this, what the hell is this place? No one passes by here at all. Why did you choose to run a ghost boat here? Can't you choose a better place? Everyone?" Han Fei scoffed. "The best way, of course, is to find a dragon boat first. Then, look for a target on the dragon boat. After the target leaves the dragon boat, follow him and get him in one go. Look, how easy it is." Han Fei was trying to teach them the right way to rob people, and the 4 people, including Wang Yi, were dumbfounded. This guy can't be a normal teenager. He is a robber. The hunter among the 4 was named Zhao Haitao, and he said, "People who dare to disembark on the dragon boat are all strong masters. With our strength, it is very difficult to follow and hunt them." The female manipulator named Chen Yuan added, "We used to have an armorist. He died on a failed hunt." Han Fei looked at the spear-bearing soul warrior, whose name was Lu Han. The latter smiled bitterly and said, "The ghost boat business is actually not tolerated by the cultivators of the level 3 fishery. Many people will deliberately lure us into traps with themselves as bait. That's just your excuse." Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "To put it bluntly, your strength is not good and your weapons are too poor. In the level 3 fishery, strength is above everything else." Scolded by Han Fei, these people lowered their heads in embarrassment. They had never dreamed that one day they would be scolded by a boy for performing too poorly in robbing people. Hanfei waved his hand and asked, "Do you know where the nearest dragon boat is?" Qin Yuan said, "A month ago, there was a dragon boat heading westward from here. I'm afraid it's too late for us to catch up with it now." Hanfei curiously asked, "So, can we only wait?" They nodded. Hanfei was helpless. "Do you mean there are so few dragon boats that we must depend on luck to board one?" "Everyone." Hanfei asked again, "Then do you know any dangerous places or secret realms that others don't know? Tell me about it. Let's explore them one by one. I promise you won't regret it." Wang Yi paused. "Master, the nearest secret realm we know of that hasn't been explored much is 100,000 miles away." Poof. Hanfei was dumbfounded. "Then why didn't you explore it?" Everyone was embarrassed, and Wang Yi said, "That place is a little closer to the sea grassland. We have approached it once, but there, our armorist was killed." Hanfei hung his head. "You lost an armorist there even though you were all dangling fishers? It seems that this secret realm is not bad. Okay, when we finish exploring the secret realm around here, we will go there." Wang Yi quickly said, "Master, it is very dangerous there." Hanfei glared at him. "So what? If it's not dangerous, can it be called a dangerous place? If it's not dangerous, how can it be called a secret realm? No wonder you were only dangling fishers at such old ages. You're too timid." Everyone was speechless again and thought, "That's enough. How many times have you humiliated us?" Hanfei looked at Yang Ruoyun. "Well, where is the secret realm you mentioned?" Yang Ruoyun hesitated. "It's within 10,000 miles, but I couldn't get to that place." "Within 10,000 miles?" Wang Yi and the others looked at each other, and Wang Yi said, "But as far as we know, there is no dangerous place within 10,000 miles. Yang Ruoyun added, "It's covered by ice clouds and white mist. I tried to go in once but felt a strong breath, and then I withdrew. White mist, salt marsh." The others couldn't help but exclaim. Hanfei looked at them. "Hey! Don't you know this? Why didn't you tell me about it?" Wang Yi said, "Master, we know about the white mist salt marsh. It's special because there is a special salt marsh with high salt content under that water area. Therefore, ordinary creatures will be dehydrated to death once they go in because of the difference in internal and external salinity." Qin Yuan added, "Yes, we once explored that place, but we couldn't make it into the depths. Besides, we didn't feel any dangerous breath there." Everyone looked at Yang Ruoyun. How could there be a living creature in a place with extremely high salt content? At least they hadn't encountered it. Hanfei rolled his eyes. "Let's go check it out. Just because you couldn't get in doesn't mean I can't." One day later, as led by Hanfei, they came to the white mist salt marsh. Underwater, about 500 meters deep, Hanfei saw the salt marsh. At this moment, he understood why this place was called White Mist Salt Marsh. Because in this very wide area, the salt condensed, causing this large area to show a foggy form. There were not many creatures here. Outside the White Mist Salt Marsh, there were a large number of white coral reefs, which seemed to have been dead for a long time. In these coral reefs, the remains of creatures could be seen everywhere, such as anti-heaven blade, dead octopus, dead crabs, dead shrimps, dead snails. their bodies littered everywhere. At the edge of the coral reef, there were some blue sea snakes that jumped into the white mist salt marsh from time to time. What surprised Han Fei was that once this blue sea snake jumped into the white mist salt marsh, it would go crazy and twist its body as if falling into an illusion after taking a drug. After a long while, these sea snakes would run out of the white mist salt marsh, vomiting circles of white mist from time to time. Yang Ruoyan explained, there seems to be a psychedelic power in this white mist that can make these sea snakes overexcited, but they will die staying in it for too long. After all, the salinity inside is very high. Han Fei turned to the others and asked, "Are you going down?" Yang Ruoyan shook her head. "No, I won't." Wang Yi and others also shook their heads. Even if Han Fei was here, they would not go down, not because they lacked spiritual energy, but they feared the psychedelic effects of the mist. Han Fei snorted. "Okay, then I'll be going down alone. If you think I can't get out, you can go. But you'd better pray not to be caught by me again." Han Fei itched to try. In his opinion, this was not a secret realm, but there must be a treasure in it. Therefore, in his mind, the value of Wang Yi and the other people was much less than that of the white mist salt marsh. However, he wanted to take this chance to test them. Anyway, they would be his henchmen for a period of time. The water around Han Fei was rolling, and an invisible water ball immediately enveloped him. Yang Ruoyan and the others retreated quickly because they could feel the water ball was squeezing the space crazily. Once it exploded, they would be severely hurt. Han Fei used the water control technique, and this water ball was to prevent the surrounding high-concentration saltwater from approaching him. Han Fei jumped into the white mist salt marsh. At the same time, he took out a long knife. If there was any danger, this knife might save him. As soon as Han Fei entered, the people outside began to discuss. Chen Yuan mumbled, "Wang Yi, I don't think this guy is credible. He is so young and tricky. He must be a heavenly talent from a certain town. We are just running a ghost boat. Do you really think we can follow him?" Wang Yi frowned. Whether it is possible or not, at least one thing he said is true. He just arrived here and doesn't know much about the level 3 fishery. We'd better observe him for a few more days. If he is not trustworthy, we can run away from him when we get on a dragon boat. Zhao Haitao frowned. It's easy for him to kill us. Don't forget, 4 of us once trapped him, but he easily beat us. Now he has no reason to kill us. Han Fei was trying to perceive the area during his dive down. Unfortunately, he didn't feel anything but boundless white mist. There were silky white threads in the white mist, which seemed to be trying to drill into the water ball where Han Fei was, like thin white worms. If they were really a kind of worm, Han Fei would be disgusted, but fortunately, they were just a kind of smoke that resembled worms. Han Fei controlled the seawater in the water ball, trying to push these threads out. However, just as the threads were pushed out a little bit, they gradually got in again. Han Fei was speechless. No wonder they said that spiritual energy would not be enough down here. This did consume a lot of spiritual energy. He had to control the water ball with spiritual energy to prevent the white mist from infiltrating. After diving for about 500 meters, Han Fei found that the pressure from the surroundings began to increase, and the originally spherical water ball had been compressed into an oval shape. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that in the white mist, there seemed to be a white unknown object. flashing by. Just when he wanted to chase after it, he found that the white figure had disappeared. Humph! Are you trying to scare me? Han Fei was calm. If it dared to appear again, he would catch it. Han Fei continued to dive, but when he continued to go deeper for 300 meters, he found that he had bottomed out and what was under his feet was hard white ground. Han Fei threw out a blue sea wandering dragon dagger, slashed the ground a few times, and found that there was all solidified salt under his feet. Unfortunately, the water here was too turbid, so he could only vaguely see the ground nearby and didn't know if there would be any monsters under this salt layer. Therefore, he immediately ascended about 30 meters, so as not to be almost dragged into the pit by a monster like when he just arrived in the level 3 fishery. Since he couldn't continue to dive, he could only go back and forth. Han Fei released Little Black and Little White and let them stay in the water ball instead of the white mist salt marsh. After all, whether one could survive here had nothing to do with strength, but the salinity in the body. Little White, can you perceive where spiritual energy is most abundant? Little White swayed and swam to the left and then right. After hesitating for a long time, he looked to the right of Han Fei with uncertainty. Han Fei grinned immediately. Good boy, let me get you some treasures. He took Little Black and Little White back and went straight to the right. Han Fei felt that the place that made Little White uncertain must at least have something special, and Han Fei fully believed in the intuition of his little baby. Han Fei swam swiftly forward. Suddenly, 100 meters away, the white figure flashed again. Han Fei immediately threw a dagger at it. The blue sea wandering dragon dagger with a soul attached was so fast that the surrounding white mist was cut into a gap by it. However, before the blue sea wandering dragon dagger approached, the white figure disappeared again as if it had never appeared before. Han Fei squinted slightly and felt a trace of threat. But then, something suddenly occurred to Han Fei. How did Yang Ruoyan get here? Since she couldn't beat Wang Yi and the others, she wouldn't be much stronger than them. But none of the four of them felt the threat in the white mist. Why did she feel it? Even Han Fei himself felt there was something in the white mist only when he was approaching the bottom of the salt marsh. If it hadn't been for the fact that the range of his spiritual perception was as large as 250 meters, he would not even feel anything. Heck, there must be something wrong with Yang Ruoyan. Han Fei frowned. There was definitely something wrong with this woman, and she almost deceived her. If the woman hadn't left when he went out, he must make her pay a price. At this moment, Han Fei already felt the danger, and he seemed to be targeted. Hew! Suddenly, Han Fei moved his body aside and the blue sea wandering dragon dagger in his hand cut through the white mist like lightning. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. Han Fei could see the white mist shaking, and something did flash past him just now. In Han Fei's spiritual perception, it was a humanoid creature who seemed to be expert in using knives. Han Fei glanced at the torn water ball. At the instant it was torn by a knife. A lot of white mist poured in. Han Fei released spiritual energy to shake the white mist out of the water ball. But just as he did this, the figure came again. Humph! I've been waiting for you. Reveal your true shape. Swish. 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 Dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers shot out instantly. Han Fei was confident that in this mist-shrouded place, no matter how fast this figure was, he wouldn't be able to avoid so many blue sea wandering dragon daggers. However, an unexpected scene appeared. In Han Fei's spiritual perception, this figure flickered from left to right in the white mist. Immediately, a huge wave of spiritual energy penetrated through the white mist. Bam! At that moment, Han Fei felt like he bumped into a rock-holding turtle and the water ball shield was shattered. And Han Fei was shaken, flying hundreds of meters away. Boom! With a loud noise, Han Fei felt that he had smashed something through, and the environment in front of him suddenly changed. The hazy salt marsh suddenly became extremely pure. Yes, pure, damn pure. There was no obstruction as far as he could see. Under his feet, there was a hard salt layer, which is as smooth as a mirror. Wow! Was this really a salt marsh? Han Fei was a little stunned. It was so beautiful. This is a breathtakingly beautiful place. Yes, Han Fei was blasted out of the mist and rammed into this beautiful place. The surroundings reminded Han Fei of the mirror of the sky in the Salada Uni. The mirror-like salt marsh was boundless. And the white mist above his head was dyed blue-green by the plants growing on the salt marsh not far away. And looked like an azure sky. The beauty was beyond description. The water and the sky were integrated into one, looking so ethereal, dreamy, and refreshing. The first idea coming to Han Fei's mind was whether there was any way to take a picture of this scene and then he could show it off to Xia Xiaochan and the others. While Han Fei was still marveling at the beauty here, a figure emerged from the white mist. Seeing this person, Han Fei was stunned and his eyes almost popped out. What? In the Home God of Fishing, Chapter 310, White Mist Salt Marsh. If the beauty under the white mist was breathtakingly beautiful, then this person in front of him made Han Fei utterly upset. The person was none other than himself. Suddenly, Han Fei realized something and quickly looked down, and what he saw made him turn pale. He hadn't noticed until just now. Since the salt layer under his feet was like a mirror, then why didn't he see his reflection in it? At this moment, Han Fei looked down and found that there was only a black shadow under his feet, but no reflection was mirrored back. Han Fei raised his head with a jerk and his eyelids twitched. Who the F***ck? Are you? What did you do to my shadow? However, the opposite self didn't speak, but just stared at him like a puppet. Han Fei swallowed. That's really scary. His reflection that should have appeared in the mirror suddenly ran to the opposite side of him and became a person. Scarier yet, this person tried to punch him just now. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to calm down. His first feeling was that there was a problem with the salt concentration in this water area. By rights, it should be mixed with the brine above, but it wasn't. The water here was very pure. To be exact, the water here was not salt water, but fresh water. Han Fei secretly held the water dividing seal and hid it in the palm of his hand. He had already seen the weirdness here. Han Fei shouted via voice transmission, "Can you speak? As my shadow, you can only be a shadow for the rest of your life. How can you fight against me?" As Han Fei waved his hand, blue sea wandering dragon daggers shot out instantly. However, to his shock, although the shadow on the opposite side did not have any blue sea wandering dragon daggers, he suddenly took dozens of knives similar to the blue sea wandering dragon daggers out of thin air and shot them at him. Damn it. Clank, clank, clank. Crack. 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 The next second, Han Fei smiled. Haha, that's funny. My blue sea wandering dragon daggers are all mid-quality. Spiritual weapons. What the hell are those in your hand? At this moment, the fake knives summoned by the shadow broke one after another. Han Fei grabbed at one of them and raised his brows. Are they made of salt? Han Fei couldn't believe it. In this world, only his shadow would take salt as his weapon. But the shadow was his, which made him feel both funny and annoyed. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers continued to attack the shadow, but at this time, Han Fei was no longer so scared. The shadow couldn't even copy his weapons. He was certainly not as strong as him. But the shadow was moving, and what he used was the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. Han Fei was speechless. No wonder he couldn't cut him just now. It turned out that he was cutting himself. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers were very strong, very fast, and carried the power of ice. But after all, his opponent was his own shadow, so the shadow always narrowly dodged his attacks. Even if the dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers were shot at the shadow at the same time, he wasn't hurt. Han Fei smiled. You can dodge 10 knives, but what about 30? As Han Fei waved his hand again, 20 more blue sea wandering dragon daggers floated out of his body and shot out again. This time, the shadow could hardly resist these knives. There were 30 knives. And Han Fei also activated the million knife art and saber manipulation art. Han Fei believed that even he himself wouldn't be able to block them, let alone his shadow. Sure enough, under the siege of 30 knives, the shadow seemed completely unable to cope with his attacks. However, the next minute, Han Fei widened his eyes again. The shadow also possessed a super-strong physique, and a layer of salt crystals appeared on the surface of the shadow. Shit. What is that? Clank, clank, clank. Han Fei saw the large pieces of salt crystals being broken, and the shadow took the chance to avoid the blue sea wandering dragon daggers that should have penetrated his body. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. This move was smart. He could learn it. However, even if the shadow blocked this attack, could he still block the following attacks? Soon, when the first dagger plunged into the shadow's body, Han Fei rushed up. While the shadow froze for a moment, Han Fei swung the small seal in his hand at him. Bam! The beautiful mirror of the sky was destroyed and a big hole appeared. The salt layer of the shadow was smashed by this blow, and then all the blue sea wandering dragon daggers pierced the shadow madly. Looking at the hedgehog-like shadow, Han Fei actually felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, that was his shadow. But then he told himself that this was a fake, so he immediately picked up the water diving seal, came up, and kept smashing at the shadow with all his force. Even Han Fei himself wouldn't have been able to stand the continuous impact of the water dividing seal and the crazy cutting of the dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers, let alone his shadow. Soon, the shadow was smashed to death by him. In the end, Han Fei discovered that this thing was actually bloodless and fleshless and was just a puddle of salt. What the heck is this? A salt spirit? Han Fei put away the blue sea wandering dragon daggers and the water dividing seal and twisted his neck. Haha, what makes you think you can fight me, salt spirit? I'm afraid that you are out of your mind. However, within 3 seconds, Han Fei got a violent strike. He was sent flying and rolled on the ground several times. When he got up, he saw a brand new shadow appear. Han Fei was dumbfounded. This is cheating. Why did another pop up as soon as he solved one? This time, Han Fei attacked even more fiercely. A storm of blades swept across, and the blue sea wandering dragon daggers and the water dividing seal attacked the new shadow at the same time. But in a blink of an eye, this shadow also held a water dividing seal. F***CK. You damn copycat. How can your fake weapons piled up with salt be compared to my high-quality spiritual weapons? Han Fei shouted. The shadows of the two big seals collided and the fake seal was shattered. However, Han Fei found that the shadow turned stronger this time. If the shadow just now had only less than 50% of his strength, then this one already had almost 60%. After half an hour, Han Fei chopped the shadow into 2 pieces and finally killed this shadow. Han Fei was confused. Am I so strong? Did it take me so long to beat my own shadow? However, the next moment, he felt something was attacking him from behind. F***CK. Han Fei felt his blood freeze. Not again. Han Fei jumped up and dodged. When he looked back, he found that a new shadow appeared again. Han Fei was helpless. Damn. Are these shadows endless? If it were an ordinary person, only 2 shadows would exhaust his spiritual energy. Even if it was Han Fei himself, without the reserve of spiritual energy, he had consumed 2/3 of his spiritual energy. But in this blink of an eye, another shadow popped up. How long could he hold out without his reserve of spiritual energy? This time, Han Fei tentatively tried to fight without using weapons. But the shadow didn't follow him, but controlled the fake daggers and fake seals to attack him. Han Fei cursed and turned to run. Shit, the shadows are endless. I'm not going to waste any time here. Han Fei didn't run towards the exit above the mist, but to the plants that could grow in such a place must be special. He would take away all the spiritual plants here first. The speed of the shadow was not as fast as Han Fei. Therefore, once he distanced himself from the shadow, the latter couldn't catch up. If you really want to fight, let's fight after I collect all the treasures here. After a while, Han Fei picked up a small green fruit tree with a spiritual fruit hanging on it. Without hesitation, he uprooted it and threw it into Forge the Universe. Soon, he found another cluster of blue melon vines, with arm-long melons on it. He uprooted them and took them away too. And then, he saw a red weed, which he also uprooted and took away. After running for about 30 minutes, Han Fei suddenly discovered that he had reached the edge of the mirror of the sky. Oh. I thought you were boundless. It turns out that you also have a border. At this moment, Han Fei looked back and found that the shadow was still kilometers away from him, so he couldn't help but hook his finger at the shadow. Hey, come here. Han Fei was overjoyed. There were a lot of spiritual grasses here. Although he didn't take a closer look just now, none of the spiritual fruits he collected seemed to be ordinary. Han Fei hooked his finger at the shadow contemptuously and started running again. Half an hour later, he had explored more than half of the mirror of the sky and had dug up no fewer than 30 spiritual plants. When Han Fei ran back to a pit he had dug up, he realized that he seemed to have finished exploring this place. He looked back and found that the shadow was still chasing him. Han Fei was stunned. Where did this guy come from? What was the power that gave him the ability to resurrect, imitate, and copy others? Han Fei stopped, preparing to kill this shadow. no matter what, since it was his own shadow, all the tricks and skills the shadow had acquired should be the same as him. No matter how well the shadow imitated him, it would be just as good as him at most, let alone surpass him. Thinking about it this way, Han Fei felt that this was a good opportunity to challenge himself. After all, it was the first time for him to fight himself. In the past, when Han Fei beat others, he couldn't quite understand the feelings of others. This time, he was finally able to fight himself and could test out how strong he was. Han Fei said, "No matter if you can understand me or not, and no matter what you are. Let's have a good fight now. I won't use any weapons." In an instant, the blue sea wandering dragon daggers entered his body, so did the water-dividing seal, and Han Fei even removed the spiritual energy protective cover on his body. The shadow on the opposite side didn't seem to understand what Han Fei was talking about, and it pounced on him. The fake daggers cut through the clean water, like sharp arrows, traveling through the water. Han Fei grinned and also ran at him, relying entirely on the 108 spirit. Absorbing war bodies and water control technique, he made complex, but not fancy dodging movements. In front of him, a fake dagger swept across his cheek and Han Fei swung his fist at the shadow. Bam! 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 Clink, clink. A fierce battle broke out and Han Fei almost exerted all his strength. After about 30 minutes, Han Fei finally killed the shadow, who had only 70% of his strength. Han Fei had never experienced how strong he was. However, when a copy of himself stood opposite him and fought against him, he realized how strong he was. Almost all the combat skills he had used would be reproduced by the shadow. And the shadow was even more proficient and flexible than him. As he expected, a new shadow of 80% of his strength appeared. Another fierce battle began. This time, it took Han Fei more than half an hour and 5,000 points of spiritual energy to kill this shadow. Han Fei pondered, there seems to be a lot of room for improvement in his combat skills and combat consumption. When his copy with 90% of his strength appeared, Han Fei found that the battle was getting even harder, so he had to wield a mid-quality magic sword and fight the shadow. But he was beaten up by his copy, and sometimes he was not even able to fight back. The battle lasted for a whole hour. But this time, Han Fei strictly controlled the consumption of spiritual energy. After all, if he didn't use the reserve of spiritual energy, he would have been beaten by the shadow that had 80% of his strength. At this moment, Han Fei relied on his strong physique to fight against the shadow who possessed 90% of his strength. He had no other choice. If he did not rely on his physical strength, Han Fei would have lost early on. Now, he was using the shadow to continuously temper his fighting ability. 3 hours later, Han Fei was battered countless times and finally managed to tie with the shadow with 90% of his strength. 6 hours later, Han Fei could already resist the shadow, despite its strong defense and extremely fast speed. To put it bluntly, the shadow opposite him was actually himself. The shadow with 90% of his strength was theoretically much weaker than him, and it was natural for him to defeat the opponent. 1 day later, the shadow with 90% of his strength turned into a pile of salt crystals. Han Fei panted hard for quite a while and then stood quietly on the mirror of the sky, waiting for the shadow with 100% of his strength to appear. But this time, the whole mirror of the sky began to tremble slowly, and a figure on the mirror surface, not far away, gradually bulged, and some salt. Crystals gradually changed into his appearance. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Phew. Is it difficult to simulate the peak state? Me? Han Fei smiled. The shadow appeared, but the secret of this place had not yet come out. Before, Han Fei suspected that when the shadow with 100% of his strength appeared, the secrets of this place would be revealed. However, it wasn't. The shadow was still the shadow, the mirror of the sky was still the mirror of the sky, and the ground was still full of big pits that had been dug by him. There was still a white mist above his head. However, after he picked all the spiritual grass here, there was no greenness, but only pure white mist. Han Fei glanced at the white mist and wondered if the secret was not in the mirror of the sky. Could it be in the white mist? Suddenly, Han Fei made a strange move. He summoned 9 tails. Moreover, it was not the attaching kind of summoning, but he directly summoned him out. As soon as 9 tails came out, he was stunned. 2 masters? Fortunately, he was clever. Soon, he perceived that the master opposite was a fake because he didn't feel connected to him at all. Han Fei looked at the opposite shadow, thinking to himself, I have a contractual spiritual beast. What about you? Sure enough, the salt crystals bulged again and a fake 9 tails appeared. Han Fei grinned. Interesting. It seemed that not only the human body, but any living thing can be copied here. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei took back 9 tails. If what he guessed was right, the mirror of the sky was just a rigid mechanism that could only simulate the form. As for the ability, the fake 9 tails must only possess less than half of the real one's strength. Hew! 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 Han Fei attacked with all his strength. It was already difficult enough to beat the shadow with 90% of his strength. Now, he certainly should take this shadow of all his strength more seriously. Of course, Han Fei was not worried. After all, it was only a copy of him and had not surpassed him. But he was very curious that if he killed this shadow, would a stronger one pop up again? As soon as Han Fei attacked, the shadow on the opposite side moved. The 2 figures quickly tumbled and the fake 9 tails stood aside, at a loss for what to do. Han Fei smiled. Sure enough, he couldn't even use the 9-star chain. Han Fei took the opportunity to hack at the fake 9 tails, which could dodge, but could only use some basic combat skills and attack instinctively. Let me solve you first. Han Fei activated a spiritual energy protective cover, avoiding the blow of the shadow. He activated the million knife art and killed the fake 9 tails in one blow. The coming battle was crueler. Han Fei controlled the blue sea wandering dragon daggers to fight the shadow, and both of them used the 108 spirit absorbing war bodies. In the end, Han Fei used the saber manipulation art. They were locked in this pitched battle. As for drawing, Han Fei didn't want to use it. He didn't want to kill such a good training partner so quickly. Who could be a better training partner than himself? This battle lasted 1 day and 1 night. This was the longest and most laborious battle that Han Fei had experienced. But it was also the battle that helped him best. In this battle, he had been bombarded countless times, used the divine healing technique hundreds of times, and consumed nearly 100,000 points of spiritual energy. When Han Fei felt that his fighting skills had been honed extremely well, a long knife appeared. Hew! As the knife was drawn, the salt crystal body was marked with a huge crack. Everything happened so fast that the shadow was hacked in half before it could React. The shadow turned into salt crystals again. Just when Han Fei thought the truth was about to be revealed, the salt crystals rose again and the shadow appeared again. F***CK. Han Fei was angry. Can't you give me a break? Moments later, when the two began to fight, Han Fei found that the shadow's strength had not improved. Han Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That makes sense. If it can become stronger, does that mean that this mirror of the sky possesses consciousness? A consciousness beyond humans? If this is a masterpiece of a strong master, how powerful was he? It's impossible for such a person to appear in the level 3 fishery. Han Fei had been thinking about it but didn't want to continue fighting. Since the shadow would always appear, there must be a reason. What was the reason? Han Fei had explored almost every inch of the mirror of the sky, and even spiritual grass had been dug away by him. There were no secrets left for him here. Then, there seemed to be only one reason left. Han Fei stepped on the ground and condensed a large high-pressure ball with the water control technique once again. Then he had 9 tails attached to him. Bam! Han Fei broke through the white mist and smashed the salt layer, and then he was in the white mist again. With a flash between his eyebrows, little black and little white appeared. Han Fei asked, "Little White, do you feel anything wrong?" Behind him, the shadow was still chasing, but Han Fei just ignored it. As he scuttled quickly, Little White suddenly stopped and looked to Han Fei's left side. Little Gold, attach. Han Fei's speed soared, and the shadow, not attached to by a contractual spiritual beast, could not catch up. After a while, Han Fei sensed that a 6-sided stone was suspended in the air. 100 meters away. Data appeared in his eyes. Name: Mirror of Icy Salt. Introduction: a divine weapon created by heaven and earth, condensed with the essence of 1,000-year-old icy salt. It can replicate any creatures under hidden fissure. Quality: low-quality divine weapon, current state. Number of times: 3 times. Non-recastable. Unrefined. Note: once taken away from the white mist salt marsh, the mirror of icy salt will become a consumable divine weapon. Please use it carefully. A low-quality divine weapon? Han Fei got excited. He grabbed the mirror of icy salt and dropped his blood on it to refine it. Just as he refined the mirror of icy salt, the shadow behind him suddenly shattered into salt crystals and scattered into the white mist. After Han Fei took the mirror of icy salt, he saw a large amount of white mist gradually sinking into the mirror-like seabed of the mirror of the sky. Han Fei swallowed. A consumable divine weapon? Only 3 chances to use it? This was definitely a treasure, an incomparable treasure. Unlike Luo Little White's death replacement art, this mirror of icy salt could replicate himself at his peak state. And this meant that he would get 3 opportunities to use clones, which was simply amazing. There was really such a special treasure in the world. Thank God that no one took this thing away. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get it. To be precise, all the people who came in had fallen into a trap. They might have been to the mirror of the sky, but the shadow avatars one after another would have definitely driven them crazy. If Han Fei hadn't mastered the water control technique, if he hadn't had the reserve of spiritual energy, if he hadn't made it to the end, Han Fei wouldn't have thought that the real treasure was hidden in this white mist. Even in the white mist, if it weren't for Little White and his 250-meter spiritual perception, he might still not have been able to get this low quality divine weapon. Too many coincidences helped Han Fei get this opportunity. This was really a huge win for Han Fei. If there had ever been a hidden fissure here, he could get the mirror of icy salt directly without a fight. As the white mist poured into the mirror of the sky, his field of view broadened out a little, so the way out was no longer difficult to find. It had been nearly 2 days since Han Fei entered this place. He didn't know if the henchmen he had just got were still there. As for Yang Ruoyan, Han Fei always felt that there was something wrong with this woman. How could she, a hunter, get in here? Was the threat she said the shadow? But in this white mist, nothing could be seen. How could she perceive a threat and manage to escape? Han Fei was thrown straight into the mirror of the sky. Han Fei jumped out of the white mist salt marsh, only to find that there was no one around. He was speechless. As he expected, these bastards all ran away. And no one was left. Shit. Huh? Suddenly, Han Fei looked to the white coral reef not far away and his face suddenly darkened. Wang Yi, Qing Yuan, Lu Han, and Zhao Haitao were all lying there, dead, and their bodies were lined up in a row. A piece of fish skin was left beside their bodies. Han Fei picked up the fish skin, which read, "No matter whether you can come out alive or not, I'll remember you." Idiot, do you think that there is only one wind sword in that secret realm? If I hadn't been seriously injured, how would I have surrendered to you? But forget it, everyone has his opportunities. However, since these 4 people run a ghost boat business, they deserve to die. Anybody in the level 3 fishery has the right to punish them. I hope that I don't encounter you on a ghost boat one day. Otherwise. Han Fei was speechless. Was he scammed again? Yes, he was very sure that he had been scammed again. He was scammed by Qing Yuan first, and then by Yang Ruoyan. Being stunned for a while, Han Fei recalled that when he met Yang Ruoyan in that secret realm, the girl was seriously injured indeed. At the time, he just thought that she was injured by the drawing. But now he didn't think so. If she was hurt by drawing a knife, she wouldn't be just vomiting blood. At least there should have been a wound on her body. Right? But even her clothes were untorn. Besides, was it really just a coincidence that Yang Ruoyan ran into him while being hunted down by Wang Yi and the other 3? Not really. What if Yang Ruoyan's real intention was to trick Wang Yi and the other 3 into killing him? If that were the case, he would have been used by her like a pawn, as he took the 4 of them as his subordinates and thought he'd be a wise guy. Now the 4 of them were killed by her. In fact, when he first heard about ghost boats, Han Fei didn't feel very angry. In addition to being scammed by Qing Yuan, which annoyed him a little, Han Fei felt that running a ghost boat was a normal business. There were bandits in the mountains and pirates in the sea. That was normal. Of course, it was a different story if they slaughtered innocent people. Now, Han Fei felt bothered. 4 henchmen were killed. They also knew of a secret realm. Now they all died before they told him where the secret realm was. On the sea. Han Fei was sitting on the fishing boat alone. However, it didn't take long for him to meet a large school of humming fish. In a short while, the bow of the ship was surrounded by humming sounds. Han Fei's face immediately darkened. So, whenever I get a treasure, I have to suffer losses several times in a row? Controlling the fishing boat to take off, Han Fei chose a random direction and flew out for thousands of miles. Without meeting anyone, Han Fei landed on a random place in the sea and let the boat drift. Being idle, Han Fei took out the large pot, reached out his hand to grab a mass of water, threw it into the pot, and poured various flavors into it. Han Fei patted the bottom of the pot with one hand and waved the fishing rod with the other as he began to fish. After a moment, Han Fei cast several times by using the water vane technique and caught an anti-heaven blade. After throwing it onto the boat, Han Fei found that there were many hard spines on the fish. After handling the fish, he found the flesh of the fish was crystal clear and tender. It was a very firm kind of meat, a bit like tuna. Because there was no fire here, Han Fei could only use spiritual energy to heat up. Although spiritual energy could also generate heat, different from a flame, it couldn't bring him a warming feeling. But above the vast ocean, Han Fei didn't have so many choices. It was better to have something to eat than nothing. An hour later, half the pot of fish went into his stomach. Behind him, Nine Tails' 9-star chain kept attacking. Yes, sure enough, the Level 3 fishery was different from other places. When a boat drifted on the sea, the creatures in the sea would attack people on the boat. At first, it was just a crescent moon fish, then some red-browed prawns appeared, and occasionally some large snails and squid clung to the hull, which was very annoying. On the third day, Han Fei met some people. 3 people in one fishing boat drove past Han Fei. Han Fei wanted to go up and say hello. After all, it was not easy to meet people in such a large fishery. But before Han Fei went up, they ran away and didn't feel like talking to him. On the 4th day, he met someone again. However, when the man saw Han Fei eating on the fishing boat alone, he ran away too. Han Fei didn't know why. Why do these people run away when they see me? Do I look so scary? On the 6th day, Han Fei encountered a ghost boat again, which appeared more frequently than dragon boats. However, different from the last time, Han Fei took the initiative this time. The other party was a ghost boat team with all 5 professions. At first, they were locked in the fight. Han Fei fought the 5 of them alone, which really shocked them. In the end, Han Fei failed to take them down, and the battle ended hastily, and everyone continued to go their separate ways. It was not that Han Fei didn't want to keep these people, but that they were all dangling fishers, which made it difficult to beat them. If Han Fei didn't use his trump card, he really couldn't kill them. On the 8th day, Han Fei was practicing his fishing skills in boredom, wondering how he could trick the black moonsicle fish into biting the bait. Then, from a distance, he saw a huge black shadow floating over from the sea. Damn! A dragon boat. The sight of the dragon boat shocked Han Fei. The visual impact was too shocking. The huge hull was like an ancient behemoth in the ocean. Although it was still far away, Han Fei could see the huge bow, which was like a huge dragon's head. The hull was hundreds of meters high and towering, like a huge wave rising on the sea. In front of the dragon boat, the sea was separated and countless crescent moon fish accompanied the boat while swimming, jumping up from time to time and rolling out arcs on the sea surface. From a distance, Han Fei heard deafening humming sounds. There seemed to be a huge amount of humming fish surrounding the dragon boat. Han Fei even saw single-horned sharks jumping out of the water. When getting closer to the boat, Han Fei could see clearly. Not only the single-horned sharks jumped out of the water, but also a large number of Butterfly fish jumped out of the water from time to time, flying happily in midair. Toot. The dragon boat made a great hooting sound, and the billowing sound radiated in all directions and resounded throughout the sky. But after a short while, the dragon boat approached. Around the dragon boat, occasionally fishing boats left and flew to the boundless ocean. In the distance, there were also sporadic small black spots appearing, which were the people nearby coming to board the boat. Han Fei controlled the fishing boat to take off and went straight to the dragon boat. This scene was simply shocking and quite fresh. Before, Han Fei had always heard about the dragon boat. Now he finally saw one. How could he not go up and take a look? As the fishing boat approached, Han Fei felt the majesty of this huge dragon boat. There was a dragon head decoration on the bow, and the hull was forged from bluestone and wood. Pieces of dragon scale carvings brought the dragon a tint of mystery. However, those dragon scales didn't seem to be for decoration. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a small spirit-gathering formation carved on each dragon scale. With the countless dragon scales, how many spirit-gathering formations were on the hull? As for the stern, Han Fei couldn't even see the stern at all. The distance from the bow to the stern was too far, spanning more than 30 kilometers. The dragon boat had 5 layers. The higher you went, the smaller the area was. The first deck layer was full of people, who were all fishing. At the moment Han Fei glanced over, he saw no less than 100 people retracting fishing lines. And on their hooks, some were hung with humming fish, some crescent moon fish, some spiked armor fish, and some anti-heaven blade. Han Fei even saw someone catch a black moonsicle fish. The fishing boat was still several kilometers away, and Han Fei heard a hubbub of voices on the dragon boat. Han Fei also saw that around the dragon boat, there were armored guards who were holding long spears and standing in every corner of the dragon boat. Orn. Han Fei had never boarded the dragon boat before, so he didn't know where to get on. Fortunately, there were others who were going to board the boat and he just followed others to the middle of the boat. After flying for 3 or 5 miles, Han Fei found that there were dedicated entrances on both sides of the hull. There were special personnel responsible for reception, and a row of guards were guarding each entrance. Han Fei immediately drove the fishing boat over and then heard someone shouting, "Do you need to deposit your fishing boat?" With a thought, the fishing boat under his feet was taken into Forge, the universe, and he jumped onto the deck from the sky. Han Fei smiled. "No, thanks." The receptionist was a junior dangling fisher. He nodded slightly and said to Han Fei, "Which floor do you want to live on?" Han Fei was taken back. "Is there any difference in living on different floors?" "Huh. Is it your first time in the level 3 fishery?" His words attracted many people not far away who perked up. Someone yelled, "My little friend, come here quickly. I am known as the Dragon Boat Know-It-All. I can explain to you everything about dragon boats, and I'll only charge 500 mid-quality pearls." Someone waved to Han Fei. "Brother, you and I are about the same age. I can be your guide and only charge 400 mid-quality pearls." Someone shouted, "Little brother, do you have any valuable treasures? I would like to buy them at a high price." "Little brother." Han Fei was dumbfounded. "Gosh, is there still a pimping business here?" The receptionist said with a smile, "If this is your first time boarding a dragon boat, you'd better find a guide. This dragon boat is not big, nor is it small. There are all kinds of industries on board, and if you explore it by yourself, I am afraid it will cost you a lot of time. Hanfei nodded and said, how much boarding fee do I need to pay? That person said, if you only board the boat and don't live here, 100 mid. Quality pearls are enough. If you need a separate room, then you need to pay 300 mid-quality pearls for a room on the first floor, 500 on the second floor, 1,000 on the third floor, 5,000 on the fourth floor, and 10,000 on the fifth floor. This depends on your own choice. Hanfei was taken back. Sure enough, he underestimated the business on the dragon boat to be profitable. This is F*King expensive. Yes, it only takes 100 mid-quality pearls to board the ship, but you would have to pay at least 300 if you want to stay. The receptionist smiled. If it is too expensive for you, there are still 3 floors of cabins 30 meters below the deck. The rooms on the first floor are 100 mid-quality pearls a day. Those on the second floor are 4-bed rooms, only charging 50 mid-quality pearls. As for below the third layer, it is provided free of charge, but there are various kinds of people there. It's up to you. Hanfei slightly narrowed his eyes. This dragon boat had 8 floors. However, when he looked at the vast boat, he felt relieved. With this height, it was more than enough to build a 100-story building, let alone 8 floors. However, he had a lot of secrets, so he certainly couldn't choose a place with too many people. The 3 layers below the deck were out of the question. This first layer was the deck layer, where there were a ton of pedestrians and people fishing around the boat everywhere. This layer was almost a bazaar that was bustling with people coming and going, so it was also not suitable. From the second floor up, the number of people suddenly decreased. Maybe most people were reluctant to spend so much money on rooms. Hanfei smiled and said, I will book a single room on the second floor for 10 days. But the receptionist didn't even bat his eyelids and seemed not to care about the 5,000 mid-quality pearls at all. He must have seen a lot of rich people. Okay, just a moment. The receptionist took out a small carved stone token from the desk beside him and handed it over. Have a good time. By the way, the guide is only responsible for explaining the first and lower 3 floors. If you need to know more about the upper floors, you need to choose a better guide. Besides, if the guide is not a guest on the second floor or above, it will cost some mid-quality pearls for the guide to get on the upper floors. Hanfei nodded. This was understandable. After all, on the dragon boat, the layers were so clearly divided, so of course, people were not allowed to go up randomly. Otherwise, it would be a mess. Hanfei took the token, and at the same time, with a wave of his hand, 5,000 mid-quality pearls were stuffed into the box beside him. Seeing this scene, the crowd all gasped. So many mid-quality pearls. This boy certainly wouldn't live on the first floor. Immediately, they drummed up more loudly. Hanfei walked straight to the deck and was immediately surrounded by dozens of people. Behind him, the guard scolded, "Don't push." But those people seemed to have been accustomed to this scolding and refused to leave. Someone grabbed a fish skin map and said, "Little brother, I have a map of the dragon boat here. It only costs 100 mid-quality pearls." Another person also held a fish skin map and said, "Little brother, I have a route map of the dragon boat. It's not easy to get and only needs 100 mid-quality pearls." Someone beckoned, "Brother, those are nothing. I have a map of the dangerous places of the level 3 fishery. The price is only 500 mid-quality pearls. Yes, you heard it right, only 500. Dude, don't listen to them. I can take you around the dragon boat. Only 400 mid-quality pearls are needed. Han Fei was a little stunned. Just now, the receptionist suggested that he choose a good guide, but these people didn't look trustworthy at all. Suddenly, among these people, Han Fei spotted a little girl about his age. At this moment, she was looking at him with her lips pursed. The girl didn't speak but just looked at him, with one hand open, and the words 500 mid-quality pearls were written on it. Han Fei couldn't help being curious. Others charged 400 but you insist on charging 500? The petite girl was only an advanced great fishing master. It could be said that she was the weakest in this crowd. After all, the others were at least peak-level great fishing masters. Without any hesitation, Han Fei pointed to the girl and said, I pick her. The crowd suddenly stopped and quickly looked back, only to find that Han Fei had chosen a girl who was only an advanced great fishing master. Even the girl herself was taken aback. Most of the time, her income was very small. Only when there were many people boarding the dragon boat at the same time would she have a chance. However, Han Fei picked her from the crowd, which surprised her very much. Someone said irreconcilably, Brother, you've got to look for a good guide. Not everyone can be a guide. Han Fei took a look at that man. Not everyone likes to find an uncle as a guide. I prefer this little girl. Everyone? The girl. The others were speechless. They lost just because they were not a child? For Han Fei, 500 mid-quality pearls were nothing at all. This time he brought a total of 200,000 mid-quality pearls with him. Even if he spent them all, he could just go to the sea to get some treasures. Hundreds or thousands of mid-quality pearls certainly wouldn't be a problem for him. The crowd dispersed in half and some people still held up the fishskin map and shouted, Brother, now you have a guide, but you still need a plan of the dragon boat. Right? Han Fei looked at the girl, who transmitted a voice to him, No need. Han Fei said impatiently, No, I have a good sense of direction. Why do I need a plan of the dragon boat? What about a route map? This time, the girl took the initiative to transmit a message to him, It's fake. Han Fei snorted. Go away. I don't want anything, I don't care where I'm going. After dismissing these pimps, Han Fei looked at the girl and asked, Do you have a sea-swallowing seashell? How shall I pay you? To Han Fei's surprise, the girl nodded and said, Everyone who can come to the Level 3 fishery has sea-swallowing seashells. Similarly, they also all have their own fishing boats. I am not as poor as you think. Han Fei was a bit embarrassed. It made sense. Otherwise, how could they come to explore the level 3 fishery? Han Fei waved and a fish-skin bag appeared with 500 mid-quality pearls in it. Han Fei handed it over casually and said, Hey, girl, what's your name? Since you don't need money, why do you want to be a guide? The girl received the money and then looked at Han Fei earnestly. My name is Lin Miao Miao. I'll only be responsible for explaining the knowledge about the dragon ship to you. It will take about 3 days. My price is 500 mid-quality pearls per day. And, I am not a young innocent girl. I think I might be older than you. In a few months, I will be 17. Besides, I don't do anything other than explaining the dragon boat. If you want a young girl, you should go to the negative layers below the deck. Han Fei? Han Fei was speechless. Did I hire you, or did you hire me? Han Fei said crossly, I am not interested in you. Don't take me wrong. But why do you charge so much? Lin Miao Miao replied earnestly, my explanation includes the upper layers, which can prevent you from taking a lot of detours. For example, those who sell maps just now are not credible. As for the route map of the dragon boat, in fact, the dragon boat does not have a route but drifts at random. As for the charts of dangerous places, those dangerous places have already been dug up by others. Therefore, those are of no value. Lin Miao Miao kept talking. Han Fei knew that her point was that those people were all liars. Han Fei asked, how are you going to take me around and show me the dragon boat? Are we just walking around all 8 floors? I'm afraid then you won't be able to finish your job in 3 days. Lin Miao Miao said, to be precise, there are 12 floors in total. Generally speaking, the real -1 floor is the trading area of the dragon boat. The -2 floor is the food and beverage area, and the -3 floor, which we usually call -1 floor, is used for living. Of course, each floor has a dining area, but the -2 floor provides most kinds of food. Below the living floor is the bottom of the dragon boat, which is the demonic fish breeding area. Han Fei was stunned. The trading area takes up a whole floor. How big is it? Lin Miao Miao continued, I won't take you through each district, but only explain to you the precautions in this district to prevent you from being deceived by others. Because for all the transactions that happen on the dragon boat, you must check the money and product on the spot. Han Fei nodded. Okay. Tell me first, why are these people fishing on the deck? I think they can only catch fish like humming fish and crescent moon fish, right? Lin Miao Miao explained, most of the people who fish on the deck are dangling fishers. The spending on the dragon boat is actually very high. These people have run out of money, so they need to fish to make money. Han Fei was surprised. Is the cost of living here that high? Lin Miao Miao looked at Han Fei. You'll only stay a few days in the dragon boat, but you'll spend 5,000 mid-quality pearls. I will be your guide for 3 days, which will cost you 1,500 mid-quality pearls. If you go to the trading area, perhaps you won't have any money left when you come out. As for young girls, they're also very expensive. Oof. Han Fei said with a dark face, girls? I just said that for fun. My goal is the infinite ocean. Why would I want a young girl? Han Fei was speechless. This girl is too plain-spoken. Lin Miao Miao tilted her head and glanced at Han Fei. She was wondering about Han Fei's identity. There was a high probability that he was some heavenly talent from a rich or powerful family. Of course, Lin Miao Miao didn't know Han Fei's earning power. If she knew that Han Fei's money was all earned by himself, she might have treated Han Fei with more respect. While they were talking, someone caught a black moonsicle fish and a huge sickle cut through the air. The angler failed to block it and the sickle flew directly towards Han Fei. Han Fei was shocked. Watch out. However, Han Fei calmly took out a blue sea wandering dragon dagger. With a flash of spiritual energy, he took the sickle barehanded. Bam! The spiritual energy burst and air billows surged. Lin Miao Miao's face was a little pale. She was hit by this force and almost injured. However, she was even more surprised by Han Fei's reaction speed and strength. The strength of the black moonsicle fish should not be underestimated, but Han Fei caught the sickle so easily. Many dangling fishers who were fishing didn't have this strength. Warning, warning. Just a few seconds later, a guard appeared in front of Han Fei. He glanced at Han Fei. Are you all right? Han Fei smiled. I'm fine. The guard nodded and shouted to the angler, warning, you're fined 500 mid-quality pearls. Han Fei was surprised. He is fined so much just because he failed to block the sickle? Lin Miao Miao said with a sigh of relief, since they are fishing, they have to bear corresponding responsibilities. If anyone is hurt, he'll be fined even more. Han Fei looked at the sighing angler and couldn't help but ask, how much is a black moonsicle fish? Lin Miao Miao replied, the market price is about 320 mid-quality pearls. But the price changes every day, depending on the number of fish consumed on the dragon boat every day. When it is high, it can reach 400. When it is cheap, it is only 200 or so. Han Fei smiled. So this poor guy had to pay 200 mid-quality pearls instead of earning any money? Sorry for him. Suddenly, Lin Miao Miao asked, do you have any short-term goals? For example, to improve your strength, buy weapons, find treasures. Pick one and I can give you some information. Without hesitation, Han Fei asked, I want to find some unexplored dangerous places. Do you know any? Han Fei pondered. He'd better not mention the abyssal chasm. While in the White Mist Salt Marsh, he discovered that the secret realms of the level 3 fishery were not simple at all. How long had he been here? And he had already met the White Mist Salt Marsh. Then, the abyssal chasm should be much more dangerous than the White Mist Salt Marsh. That being the case, in the first half of the year, he might as well find more dangerous places to explore to quickly improve his strength. Lin Miao Miao answered, I don't know. You'll have to find them on your own. If anyone finds an unexplored dangerous place, he can sell this news. But the price is not cheap. At least millions of mid-quality pearls, and most people simply cannot afford it. Han Fei took a deep breath secretly. That's F***king expensive, but it's reasonable. After all, it's an unexplored secret realm. And the clue about its location can be sold? Han Fei felt that only fools would sell clues about dangerous places and secret realms. Those are chances. How could anyone not want them? As if she could guess what Han Fei was thinking, Lin Miao Miao said bluntly. Dangerous places do not necessarily mean chances. Some people have discovered dangerous places, but they don't have the strength to explore them, so they can only choose to sell the clues about them. After exchanging the clues for money, they can also buy a lot of resources on the dragon boat to improve their strength. Han Fei wondered. Then how can the purchaser ensure that the clue is real? What if it's fake? Lin Miao Miao shook her head. The dragon boat will buy the clues first. After confirming the clue is true, the dragon boat will choose to explore them on their own or sell them. During this period, the seller is not allowed to leave the dragon boat. So the dragon boat acts as a dealer. They must earn a lot from this business. Lin Miao Miao smiled. In fact, you are right. Normally very few people sell the clues about dangerous places. Even on the dragon boat, this kind of person is rare. They wandered about for a long while and Han Fei got much information from Lin. Meow meow. He learned that there were several places in the level 3 fishery where danger and opportunity coexisted. Those places seemed to have shocking secrets. Every moment, people went to those places, and some got opportunities, while some died. There were no less than 10 such places in the level 3 fishery. And the most typical one of them was the steps into the sea. Lin Meow Meow explained that the steps into the sea was an extremely amazing place in the level 3 fishery. There is a vast offshore platform. And in front of the platform are steps naturally formed by water currents. No one knows how these steps were formed. People only knew that in a 1,000-mile radius around this place it was all forbidden, sealed off by a huge seal. If you wanted to enter the steps into the sea, you could only take that offshore platform. The steps stretched down, and it is said that every step down, more danger awaits. It is said that the current record of the steps into the sea was 208 steps. Someone went down 208 steps and did not die. Such a result meant that the challenger had received an unparalleled opportunity. However, Lin Meow Meow was not clear about the details. She was just an advanced great fishing master, not yet qualified to go to the steps into the sea. For a great fishing master, the dragon boat was better than anywhere else in the level 3 fishery. At this moment, Lin Meow Meow took Han Fei to the trading area on the -1 floor. As soon as he entered the trading area, Han Fei heard various kinds of voices. The blue amber that I just got from the sea is an excellent material for making spiritual weapons. It's on sale. A yellow-blooded sea cucumber, caught from a secret realm, which can quickly increase the body's vitality and blood and is a super tonic. If you want to buy it, be quick. This is the only one. The horn of the single-horned shark. Anyone want it? The black moonsicle fish is on sale, only 100 mid-quality pearls. Treasure hunting fish on sale, 200 mid-quality pearls each. Open its treasure bag, and you may get a big chance. The dead leaf starfish, that is extremely difficult to capture, 800 mid-quality pearls each. The first choice for a contractual spiritual beast. Don't miss it. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Sure enough, the things sold on the dragon boat were different. These were all good things. He still remembered when he first went to the level 1 fishery. They fought so hard for a treasure hunting fish. Then he saw a stall with hundreds of treasure hunting fish, and from time to time, people went to buy the fish to get a treasure. Treasure hunting fish were better than treasure digging fish. After all, it was a species in the level 3 fishery. The things drawn from them should be worth some money. Lin Meow Meow shook her head. Don't be tempted. The probability of getting a treasure is not high. You may not even get a spiritual fruit. Han Fei swallowed. But it's only 200 mid-quality pearls per fish. Lin Meow Meow was speechless. Why do you want to waste 200 mid-quality pearls? Lin Meow Meow said, drawing a lottery is easily addictive. Some people come to buy treasure hunting fish every day but end up penniless. Han Fei hadn't experienced this before, so he just waved his hand. It's okay. I'll just buy some for fun. Lin Meow Meow. Han Fei quickly walked to the treasure hunting fish booth. The boss was a little old man. Seeing Han Fei, he hurriedly greeted him. Little friend, take a look. A couple of days ago, someone got a piece of green jadeite from a fish. I sold, which was worth 20,000 mid-quality spiritual beads. He really made a fortune. Do you want one, my little friend? Han Fei rubbed his hands and said, I want 10. The little old man's eyes lit up. Wow, this is a big customer. Lin Miao Miao tried to stop Han Fei. Hey! Why do you buy so much? Han Fei smiled. I'm curious. I have always wanted to cut open a treasure digging fish, but later, I felt the digging treasure fish was too low-leveled. Now I want to try the treasure hunting fish. The little old man hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes. If you come to the level 3 fishery, but don't cut open a treasure hunting fish, that's a pity. My little friend, you look like a lucky guy. I bet you can get something good. As he said this, Han Fei pointed. I want this one, and this one. Suddenly, when Han Fei's hand passed a treasure-hunting fish, he noticed a slight tingling in his wrist, and quickly said, and this one. Han Fei carefully chose for a long time, and 10 treasure-hunting fish were placed on the table. The little old man held up a knife and asked, My little friend, may I cut them open for you, or will you do it yourself? Han Fei reached out, and a blue sea-wandering dragon dagger appeared in his hand. I'll do it myself. Let me try my luck. Han Fei secretly smiled. My dear Calabash selected some for me, and I also chose some myself. In case these people were shocked by my luck. Rip. Under the stares of the passers-by and Lin Miao Miao, the big bump on the treasure-hunting fish's head was cut open, revealing a pale golden stone, which was inlaid with crystal-clear gravel. Ah, natural gold. It's worthless. Some passerby sighed. The little old man said, Nonsense, who said that natural gold was worthless? Natural gold is also called fishhead gold. It's a material for refining high-quality magic weapons. It is worth 100 mid-quality pearls. Han Fei didn't care and continued to cut. Rip. Oh. Soft plaster, this time it is even worse. The little old man tried to drive the onlookers away again and smiled. My little friend, don't listen to their nonsense. Soft plaster can be used for healing. It is a first-class medicinal material that is worth 80 mid-quality pearls. Han Fei had never researched this material before. As a spirit gatherer, he didn't need any medicinal materials. He was surprised that there was almost everything in the ocean. This soft plaster was soft and looked delicious. Han Fei continued to cut. Huh? A water drop crystal, this thing is not bad. Someone immediately said, Little friend, I'd like to buy it for 200 mid-quality pearls. Can you sell it to me? Another one said with a smile, Little friend, I can pay 300 mid-quality pearls for it. The little old man rolled his eyes. Shut up. This water drop crystal can temporarily store about 1,000 points of spiritual energy and can instantly fill up your spiritual energy shortage at critical moments. It can save your life, so its value is at least 500 medium pearls or more. Little friends, it's yours now. Han Fei looked at Lin Miao Miao, who was also a little surprised. Han Fei is lucky. Lin Miao Mi nodded slightly. It's worth about 500 mid-quality pearls. Han Fei said casually, put it aside. Let me continue. However, when he cut open the fourth fish, there was nothing in its head. The little old man hurriedly said, Little friend, don't worry. It is really rare to see a treasure-hunting fish with no treasure. Han Fei nodded and continued to cut, only to see the treasure bag glowed yellow. Someone exclaimed, "Oh, it's a treasure." Han Fei felt people immediately gather up from behind. He quickly dug up the thing, only to hear the little old man exclaim, "It's a flash stone." Crushing. You can appear 10 miles away in a flash. It can save you when you're running for your life. It is worth at least 3,000 mid-quality pearls. Little friend, you have made a fortune. Someone behind him shouted, "Little brother, I want this flash stone. 3,000 mid-quality pearls, I can pay now." Another man said, "Hey, no rush. Brother, I'll give you a price that you can't refuse. I can give you 4,000 mid-quality pearls." Suddenly, a woman transmitted her voice to him, "I can pay 5,000 mid-quality pearls." Han Fei looked back and saw that it was a girl. However, Han Fei ignored her and threw the flash stone into his Forge the Universe. "I'm not going to sell it." Then, Han Fei got a spiritual fruit, which contained more than 80,000 points of spiritual energy. Someone offered to buy it with 800 mid-quality pearls. But Han Fei didn't sell it either. After that, Han Fei got 2 more spiritual fruits, all of which were worth more than 500 mid-quality pearls. The onlookers were all stunned by his good luck. The crowd behind Lin Miao Miao and Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised. Han Fei is so lucky. He has earned nearly 10,000 mid-quality pearls in total. Right? Han Fei pushed the treasure-hunting fish that he had cut open aside and said to the little old man, "I want 10 more. Hearing this, the crowd behind him also shouted, "I want 2. I want 5. I'll pick 10. Everyone was a bit jealous of Han Fei. Was it because the quality of this batch of treasure-hunting fish was exceptionally good? Even the old man himself doubted it. Is this lad's luck really so good? Even Lin Miao Miao wanted to have a try. Han Fei paid 2,000 mid-quality pearls for the fish and instantly earned 5 times that amount. Is his hand guided? Han Fei was dumbfounded. What are you doing here? How can I continue to try my luck with so many people here? The treasure-hunting fish on the little old man's booth were immediately sold out, and Han Fei hurriedly grabbed 3 fish that his little calabash was responsive to. This scene attracted many people to watch. For a while, the little old man's booth was overcrowded. However, after only half an hour, someone exclaimed in chagrin, "Oh, why is it soft plaster again? Oh my god, I have dug out 3 topazes already. **T. Damn. There is nothing in the treasure bag." Some people were complaining, while some were overjoyed. "Haha, I got a spiritual fruit. Oh. A water drop crystal. That's great." In the crowd, Han Fei secretly took 3 spiritual fruits out of the fish heads, which no one noticed. After half an hour, Han Fei squeezed out of the crowd and said to Lin Miao Miao, "That's crazy. These people are crazy. The old man's fish are sold out." Lin Miao Miao was speechless. Don't you know why they rushed to buy the fish? Lin Miao Miao was really envious. Han Fei spent 4,000 mid-quality pearls, but earned his money back with the flash stone alone. And she also noticed that Han Fei got 3 spiritual fruits just now. He had earned a lot this time. Han Fei casually put the things he got into a fishskin bag. To him, these things, including the water drop crystal, were all useless, so he just put them into a fishskin bag. However, the total value of this fishskin bag would be at least 5,000 mid-quality pearls. Han Fei said in distress, "Can I sell these things?" Lin Miao Miao's eyes lit up. "You want to sell them?" "Yes. They're all useless things that take up space. I'd rather trade them for mid-quality pearls. You can sell them to the dragon boat, but the price will be lower. If you trust me, I can get you a 30% higher price. Of course, I want a 10% commission." Han Fei threw the bag to Lin Miao Miao. "Deal." Lin Miao Miao was taken aback. "Brother, why do you trust me so much? This is 5 or 6,000 mid-quality pearls." Lin Miao Miao asked, "Aren't you afraid of me running away with the bag?" Han Fei smiled and said, "You can have a try." Lin Miao Miao. They strolled about for about 2 or 3 miles. Han Fei watched everything with interest, stopping to watch from time to time and even reaching out to touch the fish on sale. Lin Miao Miao followed him and kept introducing things they passed. In her eyes, Han Fei was a shopaholic. At this moment, Han Fei asked, "Excuse me, how much is this yellow blood sea cucumber?" The vendor replied, "Little brother, it sells for only 1,000 mid-quality pearls. The price is very low." Han Fei scoffed. "That shop only charges 600. Why do you want 1,000? What? 600? Well, my sea cucumber is fatter than his. Okay, I'll only charge 600. Han Fei shook his head. "You are not honest. I'll only pay 500 now." The vendor. "Is that unacceptable to you? Okay, I'm leaving." Seeing Han Fei was about to leave, the vendor hurriedly shouted, "Don't go, little brother." "Okay, 500. We're friends now." Lin Miao Miao watched Han Fei skillfully paying and couldn't help but wonder. Is this guy really from a rich family? Why are his bargaining skills even better than hers? Han Fei put away the yellow blood sea cucumber and secretly smiled. "Idiot. You only sold it at 500 mid-quality pearls? This is a great tonic, which can greatly enhance the body's qi and energy. It will be sold at least 1,000 mid-quality pearls in the Blue Sea town." Suddenly, Han Fei pointed to a group of shops. "Are those specialty stores?" Lin Miao Miao said, "Yes, the shops here have to pay rent that is very high. However, the quality of the products in the shops are better than those outside." From afar, Han Fei saw a spiritual fruit store and quickly walked over. This shop is great. In order to activate the soul-attaching ability, he had been searching for spiritual fruits on the seabed for many days. If he had boarded the dragon boat earlier, it would have saved him a lot of trouble. Lin Miao Miao was surprised. "Do you still want to buy something? You have already spent all the money you just made." Inside the shop, as soon as Han Fei walked in, a girl walked up and said, "Brother, may I help you? We have a complete set of spiritual fruits here. You won't be disappointed." Han Fei looked around and many strings of data appeared. He didn't bother to read them one by one, but directly aimed at those with the most spiritual energy. Lin Miao Miao quickly followed up. "Han Fei, you'd better buy spiritual fruits according to your own needs." Han Fei grunted. "Yes, I know." Han Fei pointed. "I want this, this, and this." "Huh? Can this be poison resistant? Okay, I'll take it. And this, this, this." Lin Miao Miao was dumbfounded. So was the shop owner. Since she opened the store, she hadn't seen a person with such a fast purchase speed. He didn't even need to browse, but he just pointed to the spiritual fruits and demanded them. He must be very rich. Lin Meow Meow was stunned. This guy is so rich. She hadn't even seen the names of those spiritual fruits clearly, and he had bought so many. After a moment, when the 20 spiritual fruits were placed on the counter, Han Fei suddenly asked, "Will you give me a discount?" The shop owner's eyes narrowed with smiles. "Sure, I'll give you 5% off." Han Fei frowned. "Only 5%? Give me a better discount and I'll buy 30 pieces. Oof. Lin Meow Meow was about to vomit blood. 30 pieces. Oh my god. The shop owner's eyes lit up. 10% off. Han Fei began to point again and soon picked 30 pieces. When the mid-quality pearls were poured into the basket, the shop owner grinned from ear to ear. The shop owner asked, "Little friend, where do you live?" "In a few days, my store will have new spiritual fruit delivered, which will be the best. May I deliver them to you so you can pick some then?" Han Fei shook his head. "Huh? No. I may leave in a few days. I will come back if I've got time." The shop owner secretly sighed. What a pity. It's not so easy to have a customer like this guy who has money to burn. Han Fei put the 30 fruit in a fish skin bag, randomly grabbed one spiritual fruit, and took a bite. Wow. In the blink of an eye, he ate this spiritual fruit, and a burst of fragrance spread out, attracting many people to stop and watch. Lin Meow Meow swallowed and asked, "Aren't you supposed to cultivate while eating a spiritual fruit? If you eat like this, a lot of spiritual energy will escape." Han Fei didn't respond. "You don't understand. I can store the spiritual energy, okay?" Han Fei said leisurely, "Eating fruit is a pleasure. Spiritual energy is not my first concern." Lin Meow Meow was speechless. "If I could beat you, I really would slap you to death. That is a spiritual fruit. It's worth at least 800 mid-quality pearls. How can you just waste it like this? Are you stupid?" Han Fei took out another anti-poison spiritual fruit, and under Lin Meow Meow's gaze, he bit most of it and swallowed. Lin Meow Meow felt helpless. Why? Why did she pick up such a client? He was simply a spendthrift. When she watched him swallowing the spiritual fruit, her heart was aching. As they walked, Han Fei suddenly stopped. "Oh. Do you know where the dragon boat is sailing to now? Is there any special secret realm in this direction? Just like the steps into the sea, the kind of place where everyone can go." That was Lin Meow Meow's professional field, so she immediately answered, "The dragon boat will pass through the sea grassland and then pass through the Valley of 10,000 Smokes. After that, I don't know. The dragon boat will change its route from time to time. The reason I am sure that it won't change route in the short term is that it did so 5 days ago." Han Fei muttered, "Sea grassland. Valley of 10,000 Smokes." Han Fei suddenly said, "Isn't the sea grassland 100,000 miles away?" Lin Meow Meow nodded. "Yes. The speed of the dragon boat is not very fast, and it will reach the sea grassland in about 20 days. Han Fei nodded. "Then I'll stay on the dragon boat for half a month. And I'll leave when it reaches the sea grassland." Han Fei spent half a day in the trading area. During the period, he went to Buy some treasure hunting fish again. However, this time, the quality of the fish were not so good, and he only got 3 spiritual fruits, so Han Fei lost interest in it. Lin Miao Miao followed him all the way. This was the first time she saw a boy more interested in shopping than girls. Seeing that most of the first day had passed, she couldn't help but remind him, "Aren't you going to other areas? If you walk so slowly, we can't finish half of the trading area in one day." Han Fei was absent-minded. At the moment, he was looking at a large store called Treasure Square, wondering if he should go in and have a look. Therefore, Han Fei said lightly, "It's okay. If 3 days is not enough, I will hire you for 2 more days. I have the money." Lin Miao Miao was a bit pissed. "Yes, you're rich, but so what?" However, when she heard Han Fei agree to hire her for a few more days, she comforted herself. Well, no rush. He is not in a hurry. Why should I be in such a hurry? The two walked forward and were about to step into the treasure square when Han Fei suddenly glimpsed a familiar face. Yang Ruoyan? Han Fei? Yang Ruoyan's face changed slightly. You came out of the white mist salt marsh? White mist salt marsh. Lin Miao Miao's pupils constricted. She had heard of this place, and it was said that a strong team had gone to explore it when the dragon boat passed through it, but no one from that team came back, and it seemed that they all died there. This incident caused quite a stir. Therefore, many people went to the white mist salt marsh to try it out. As a result, they all seemed to come back in discomfort. But this shopaholic went into it and came out of it? Han Fei sneered. Oh, what a coincidence. I really didn't expect to meet you again in the vast level 3 fishery. Yang Ruoyan snorted. Recently, only this dragon boat passed by, so of course I would board it. What kind of coincidence is this? Han Fei looked at Yang Ruoyan up and down and shook his head. Oh, so you are actually an intermediate peak level dangling fisher? I had just got 4 henchmen and you immediately killed them. Can you explain? Yang Ruoyan took a deep look at Han Fei. Those people deserve to die. Cultivation is not easy. I don't know how many innocent people died by their hands. Anybody has the right to punish them. Han Fei was a bit surprised. Yang Ruoyan didn't seem to feel guilty at all. She seemed to hate the ghost boat runners very much. However, Han Fei immediately found out that something was wrong, and he smiled and said, "What about the secret realm before? Did you go back?" "I have already explored it. It's just a small secret realm. How can there be any chances?" Yang Ruoyan glanced at Han Fei. "Are you going to discuss this with me here?" Han Fei hesitated. This woman was shrewd and very good at pretending. And he was very suspicious. Before she killed Wang Yi and the others, did she take away their secrets? For example, the secret realm near the sea grassland that no one had discovered. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Then let's find a place to discuss it? Yang Ruoyan thought about it. Okay, how about the catering area on the lower floor? Han Fei smiled. Okay. Lin Miao Miao stood by and said awkwardly, then I'll leave first. When you finish talking, I will find you again. Han Fei shook his head. No. I still have a lot of places to visit. Come along. Let me treat you to a meal. Yang Ruoyan took a look at Lin Miao Miao. She was just an advanced, great Fishing master, and she didn't take her seriously at all. In the level 3 fishery, an advanced great fishing master couldn't even leave the dragon boat. The catering area on the -2 floor of the dragon boat was also bustling, which was full of shops and street stalls. Yang Ruoyun seemed to be familiar with this place and took Han Fei straight to a shop called the Tipsy Fairy. This shop was very large. Different from ordinary restaurants, there were many big stoves here, and the diners just threw the seafood into the stoves. When the seafood was cooked, they took it out and ate it. Han Fei immediately looked away. I lost my appetite just looking at the food. Can I cook by myself here? Yang Ruoyun nodded. Sure, but it's not quite convenient. Most people won't take so much trouble. Han Fei was speechless. Girl, what do you mean? You mean I'm a troublemaker, right? Han Fei couldn't help but mock them. That's because they don't know how to enjoy life. Life is short. Let's not fail any delicacy. Facing the vast sea all day long, can't you find yourself some pleasure? Lin Miao Miao interjected in a low voice, as long as you aren't killed, you can live a long time. Han Fei was embarrassed. Girl, why are you always so plain-spoken? Han Fei had the waiter move the big stove away, took out his big pot, chopped a bunch of fancy low-quality spiritual fruits, and stacked them on the bottom of the pot. Then, he lit a fire under the pot and picked a red-haired big-mouthed crab from Forge the Universe. Instead of cooking it with the shell on, he cut open the crab shell and took out the meat and roe with a blue sea wandering dragon dagger. Then, he froze them into cubes before he put them into the pot and cooked them. This scene amazed many diners. Except for Yang Ruoyun, who had seen it, even Lin Miao Miao was amazed by his cooking method. Next door, someone asked, Little brother, your cooking method is very special. Han Fei responded, eating and sleeping are pleasures of life. How can I not take them seriously? Someone said, Brother, mind sharing a table with me? No, sorry, we're talking about something private over here. Hearing this, the surrounding diners didn't speak anymore, and all turned back to their food. Han Fei was fiddling with the hot pot, dripping chili oil into it, and asked via voice transmission, I don't want to know what's in the secret realm now. Anyway, I didn't get it. If you can get it, it's your chance. But, my 4 dead henchmen knew a secret realm. I think you know of it too, right? Then, Han Fei stared at Yang Ruoyun coldly. Yang Ruoyun replied calmly, Do you know what your temporary henchmen did after you entered the White Mist Salt Marsh? Han Fei paused. What did they do? Yang Ruoyun said word by word, They tried to kill me, rob me, and then run away. Han Fei smiled. But in the end, they died by your hand, didn't they? Since we meet again, I think you should tell me about the secret realm, right? The dragon boat will reach the sea grassland in a few days. Will you not disembark then? Yang Ruoyun unceremoniously picked up a piece of crab roe and dipped it in the vinegar that Han Fei poured out. I don't know whether you're my enemy or not. I can stay on the boat, but you will definitely not find that secret realm. If you don't want to share the information, why did you agree to have this meal with me? Tell me, what's the purpose? Yang Ruoyun replied, In fact, there is no real conflict between you and me. I can give the secret realm to you and even send you there. But you have to help me with one thing. Han Fei grinned. Oh, so generous? It seems that what you want me to help you with is not simple. Yang Ruoyun shook her head. Kill 2 people with me. Regardless of success or failure, as long as you agree to help with this, I'll give the secret realm to you. Han Fei thought to himself, this woman is a bit dangerous. I must be careful. Otherwise, I'll be scammed by her again. She was hostile to me from the very beginning. Otherwise, why did she trick Wang Yi and the others into attacking me back then? Han Fei asked, who do you want to kill? Lin Miao Miao couldn't hear anything on the side. All she saw was that Han Fei and Yang Ruoyun picked up a piece of crab meat from time to time and occasionally looked at each other, making some expressions on their faces. So she just picked up a piece of crab meat in boredom and ate it. Then she froze. What kind of dishes did Han Fei make? The taste was so peculiar. It's so damn tasty. Lin Miao Miao struggled in her heart. Should I eat more? But isn't it rude? If I eat too much, will they look down upon me? While Lin Miao Miao was still struggling in her heart, Han Fei and Yang Ruoyun seemed to have finished talking. Yang Ruoyun got up and left, leaving only Han Fei and Lin Miao Miao facing a hot pot. Han Fei glanced at Lin Miao Miao. It's okay. You can eat it. This red-haired, big-mouthed crab is a rare creature of level 36. How much do you think you can eat as an advanced great fishing master? In the end, as Han Fei said, only eating for a short while, Lin Miao Miao went red all over. With her strength, she couldn't even catch an anti-heaven blade, let alone the red-haired big-mouthed crab. Eating too much of this high-leveled creature, she felt her body was filled with spiritual energy, and she was a little drunk. After finishing the hot pot, Han Fei looked at his room token and saw it was engraved with the words, second floor, 9377. Han Fei said casually, just come to me tomorrow. Let's call it a day. Han Fei did not continue to wander around. The dragon boat was so big that it would take him more than a month to wander all over it. He was not in a hurry, because he had planned to stay here for a period of time. Now he was thinking about Yang Ruoyun's suggestion. She, who had stayed in the level 3 fishery for a long time, must have been familiar with the common tricks here. She wanted him to help her intercept and kill 2 intermediate dangling fishers. But Han Fei knew that as his level improved, it was less and less likely for him to beat people at higher levels than him. It should not be a big problem for Han Fei to beat an advanced dangling fisher. However, it would not be easy for him to kill them unless he used some special tricks. Although he easily beat Wang Yi and his partners, he would still be injured if he wanted to kill them. Since Yang Ruoyun could kill the 4 of them, she couldn't be weak, so the people she wanted him to help kill must be very strong. What Han Fei was worried about was not the other party's strength, but whether there would be a trap. According to Yang Ruoyun, these 2 people used to run a ghost boat and killed several of her friends. However, this was only her one-sided story. Yang Ruoyun was very cunning, and he didn't quite believe her. But in the end, it was a matter of strength. Strength was above all. His current strength was recognized by Yang Ruoyun, but it was obvious that she didn't seem to be afraid of him. Was it because he wasn't strong enough? In the face of absolute strength, any plot was nothing but a paper tiger. It seemed that he had not become a real tiger yet. So Han Fei felt that he should cultivate harder. After experiencing the white mist salt marsh, he had a lot of things to digest. He should take advantage of these 10 or 20 days to digest his experiences. The second floor of the dragon boat. Han Fei was allowed to enter after showing his token. When Han Fei found room 9377, he was stunned. He thought that it would be a high-end suite, however, there was nothing but a cultivation platform in the room. F***CK. Do I have to sleep on the floor? Han Fei was speechless. Although theoretically, cultivators didn't need to sleep, it didn't mean that they didn't want to sleep. This room was too disappointing. The four walls of the room were paved with evil ultra-quality spiritual wood. He couldn't help but gasp. Wow. Mortal. Level ultra-quality spiritual wood. Then how much would it cost for such a big ship? Then Han Fei felt that the spiritual energy in the room was much denser than outside. Spiritual energy seemed to be flowing from the seaweed carvings on the walls. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. This amount of spiritual energy was even less than a spirit gathering formation. Han Fei sat on the ground and dumped out the spiritual fruit that he had bought on the dragon boat and dug up in the white mist salt marsh. And then, he was shocked. 37 spiritual fruits were bought from the dragon boat alone. As for those he dug up from the white mist salt marsh, some were thumb-sized, some fist-sized, some loofah-long, and some ball-shaped, plus there were 3 spiritual plants. There were 21 spiritual fruits and 3 spirit grasses in total. Among the 58 spiritual fruits, there were 39 physique and chi-enhancing fruit. 3 for spiritual power, 2 for poison resistance, and 1 for enhancing vision. The rest were all simply to enhance one's spiritual energy. Among them, the best quality one could enhance 102,062 points of spiritual energy, which was a lot. The 58 spiritual fruits could provide him with nearly 4.68 million points of spiritual energy. Han Fei took a deep breath. Before, he always found it difficult to store spiritual energy. Even if he kept searching around the level 3 fishery, it would take at least several months to find 50 or 60 spiritual fruits. But a trip to the white mist salt marsh and boarding a dragon boat had got him so many spiritual fruits at once. Han Fei had decided to change all the hundreds of thousands of mid-quality pearls he brought with him into spiritual fruits. It was a good bargain to quickly improve his strength with money. Han Fei regretted not bringing more money with him. If he had known that spiritual fruit could be bought with money here, he would have taken half of the savings of the fish dragons with him this time. Han Fei grabbed a few spiritual fruits and ate them. In a short while, he had eaten nearly 10 spiritual fruits and couldn't take any more. It was good to increase spiritual energy with spiritual fruit, but because of the fruits' different functions, just as Lin Miao Miao said, eating too much at once required cultivation. However, even so, it was rare. Who could eat 10 spiritual fruits at once? In the room, Han Fei's eyes glowed slightly, his mind was unusually sober, and his body was rapidly changing posture. Now, although the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies could still provide support to him, the effect was far less than before. Even the divine quality technique had limitations. Early the next morning, at dawn, Han Fei heard a rapid knock on the door. Han Fei, who had just stopped cultivating, frowned and opened the door, only to see that Lin Miao Miao was already standing outside. "Why have you come so early?" Lin Miao Miao was slightly taken back when she saw Han Fei. For some reason, she felt that today's Han Fei had changed somewhat from yesterday, but she couldn't tell the exact difference. Without thinking about Han Fei's changes, Lin Miao Miao quickly said, "Come on. The feast begins." Han Fei wondered, "Feast? What feast?" However, when Han Fei had just walked out, he found that many people had come out of their rooms and walked directly towards the outermost corridor. Han Fei curiously asked, "What's going on?" "Huh? How did you get on this floor?" Lin Miao Miao took Han Fei's hand. "I paid for it. Please reimburse me. You asked me to come to you yesterday." Han Fei shrugged. It didn't matter. Dozens of mid-quality pearls were nothing to him. When Han Fei arrived on the deck of the second floor, he found that it was already full of people. There were even more people on the first floor, which was densely packed. Han Fei said in surprise, "Oh. What kind of feast is this? Why are there so many people watching?" Lin Miao Miao mysteriously said, "You will know right away. You're lucky to have me as your guide. Other guides would not have brought you to see it. Many newcomers don't know that this feast is happening." Han Fei became more curious. What kind of feast was it? It seems to be rather large. Suddenly, Han Fei heard buzzing sounds from the dragon boat, which were spreading in all directions. Buzz. Buzz. After 3 consecutive buzzes, many people widened their eyes, waiting eagerly. Bang. Bang. Han Fei was taken back for a moment, almost thinking that he had heard it wrong, but the banging sound became more and more intense. The people around all cheered, and as this banging sound increased, the sky seemed to change color. Seeing almost visible spiritual energy converging up from all directions in the sky, Han Fei was shocked. Spirit gathering formation. Han Fei suddenly remembered that when he landed on the dragon boat, he saw there were countless spirit gathering formations carved on the ship, which must have been activated now. There was more and more spiritual energy, which gradually formed a storm of spiritual energy. Perhaps the dragon boat attracted too much spiritual energy, which caused the sky to be distorted. The sky wasn't actually distorted but was covered up by the huge amount of spiritual energy. Han Fei took a deep breath. It was incredible. Even the sky was covered up by spiritual energy. How much spiritual energy had gathered on the dragon boat? The buzzing sound continued. On the sea, various kinds of fish began to appear, including humming fish, anti-heaven blade, spiked armor fish, crescent moon fish, pearl fish, treasure hunting fish, squid, razor clams, spiritual turtles, and so on. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. This scene was like when he was practicing the void fishing art on the sea, but it was grander and more striking. Han Fei looked to the surface of the sea. It was full of all kinds of marine lives, even including exotic creatures. Lin Miao Miao said, "You can't go out when the dragon boat is gathering spiritual energy." Someone once rushed out of the dragon boat to catch the exotic creatures, but ended up slaughtered by fish as soon as he touched the sea. Even a peak-level dangling fisher was no exception. Han Fei smiled. That was for sure. A man might be able to handle dozens or even hundreds of marine creatures, but what if there were thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions? Right now, as far as he could see, there were millions of marine animals gathering. If they had all become his reserve of spiritual energy, Han Fei could have deduced the 4th and 5th levels of the void fishing art in one go. Han Fei swallowed, watching the fish jumping out of the water and the spiritual energy storm formed by endless amounts of spiritual energy. He was lost in thought. Han Fei asked, Lin Miao Miao, in the level 3 fishery, how fast is the fastest fishing boat? Huh? Lin Miao Miao seemed to be used to this scene and immediately replied, I'm not sure. I can only use the most common fishing boat. However, the fishing boats of the most excellent talents of the 1,000-star city can fly 30,000 miles a day. 30,000 miles a day? Han Fei calculated. His white fishing boat could fly about 10,000 miles a day. If the spiritual energy was sufficient, and the fishing boat bought in the Linglong Tower could reach up to 7,000 miles a day. But what if he carved speed formations all over his fishing boat? Han Fei narrowed his eyes. He knew how to make speed formations. In the spirit-gathering scripture left by old Jiang, although it was mostly about the applications of spirit-gathering formations, it also introduced many other kinds of formations, including speed formations. Han Fei's breathing became a little short. What if he got a fishing boat with a basic speed of 30,000 miles per day and then engraved speed formations all over it? This thought flashed out of Han Fei's mind but moved him deeply. The formations on a boat could gather spiritual energy, so could they accelerate a boat? That's great. Seeing Han Fei pondering seriously, Lin Miao Miao smiled. Are you shocked by this huge formation? The first time I saw it, I was also shocked and couldn't even speak. Later, the waves will be surging and the seawater will jump straight to the sky, making it even more spectacular. Lin Miao Miao thought that Han Fei was stunned by the scene in front of him. But he was actually stunned by his own thoughts. Han Fei wanted to build a boat, the fastest boat in the level 3 fishery. With such a boat and his reserve of spiritual energy, he could almost traverse the level 3 fishery in dozens of days. At that time, he could start from the iconic places such as the sea grassland or the steps into the sea to explore the dangerous places on the map from old Bai. The more he thought about it, the more Han Fei was excited. He finally knew why he hadn't encountered many dangerous places so far. It was because he didn't have a good boat. When the water curtain covered up the sky, the schools of fish leaped and the spirit-gathering formations on the dragon boat stopped gathering spiritual energy. The grand scene came to an end and the crowd began to disperse. Han Fei didn't mean to leave, but asked Lin Miao Miao, do you know where I can buy a fishing boat on the dragon boat? Buy a fishing boat? I think your fishing boat is pretty good. Han Fei just asked, just tell me where to buy one please. Lin Miao Miao suspiciously said, I will take you there, but the best fishing boats sold on the dragon boat are not much better than yours. It doesn't matter. On the way, Han Fei asked, why does the dragon boat need to gather spiritual energy? Lin Miao Miao looked at Han Fei like she was looking at a fool. For use. There are countless rooms on the dragon boat. The higher the level, the more spiritual energy there is. Some people consume a lot of spiritual energy in cultivation. Besides, a large number of creatures are kept at the bottom level of the dragon boat. They all need spiritual energy and consume a lot. Han Fei remembered that the spiritual energy in his room was indeed more than outside. This dragon boat was so big, so there must be many places that needed to consume spiritual energy. Just controlling the dragon boat to move forward would consume a striking amount of spiritual energy. There were few shops selling fishing boats on dragon boats, only 2 or 3. The one Lin Miao Miao brought Han Fei to was run by an old man. Grandpa 7, I brought you a customer. Han Fei saw a thin old man who was playing with a floating stone. The shop was Messy, like a repair shop, with all kinds of small accessories scattered everywhere. Hanfei was surprised. Do you know him? Lin Meow Meow pursed her lips and said, when I came to the level 3 fishery. For the first time, my fishing boat was destroyed. Fortunately, I met Grandpa. 7. I am trying to save money to buy a new fishing boat. The old man said with a smile, Meow Meow, you haven't been here for a long time. Have you made enough money to buy a boat? Lin Meow Meow secretly sighed. Well, soon. Grandpa 7, this is my client. He wants to buy a fishing boat. Before she finished speaking, Hanfei interrupted, I'm not going to buy a fishing boat. The old man glanced at Hanfei. Then why are you here? Hanfei grinned. Sir, I'm here to buy knowledge. Could you tell me what materials are required to make an ultra-quality fishing boat? Lin Meow Meow looked stunned at Hanfei silently. What materials? Do you want to make a fishing boat yourself? The old man was obviously taken aback, then raised his eyelids and looked at Hanfei up and down. You just want to know about the materials, not the structure? Hanfei nodded. Yes. Hanfei knew very well about the structure of a ship. Except for aircraft carriers and cruisers, he was very familiar with all kinds of ships, including yachts, fishing boats, dredgers. Of course, these ships were very different from the fishing boats in this world. The old man looked at Hanfei. Huh? So what kind of fishing boat do you want to build? The fastest one. The old man sneered. There is no fastest fishing boat in the world. Fishing boats will only become faster and faster as the materials get better. Hanfei shrugged. Then I want to build the fastest fishing boat in the level 3 fishery. Lin Meow Meow was speechless. Are you serious? The fastest fishing boat in the level 3 fishery? Do you know how much a fishing boat that travels 30,000 miles a day in the 1,000-star city costs? It was at least 4 to 5 million mid-quality pearls. However, the old man just smiled. That's fine. But the knowledge about it is not cheap. It doesn't matter, as long as you can provide it. The old man nodded casually and stood up lazily. Since you have been brought by Meow Meow, I can give you a better price. 100,000 mid-quality pearls. Oof. Hanfei was dumbfounded. Come on, with 100,000 mid-quality pearls, I can buy a fishing boat. The old man snorted. I guess you are inspired by the Great Spirit Gathering formation, right? There are not many materials that can carry formations. You want the fastest, but do you know how fast the fastest fishing boat in the level 3 fishery is? Hanfei shook his head. How fast? The old man raised a finger. At present, the fastest one is the Ghost Speed divine boat in the 1,000-star city, which can travel 4,200 miles per hour. In theory, this is the fastest fishing boat. It can even travel smoothly in the unknown place, and few other fishing boats can catch up with it. Hanfei's eyelid twitched as he calculated in his head. This speed was indeed fast. If he traveled with it all day and all night, theoretically, he could travel a distance of 50,400 miles. Hanfei took a breath and asked, how many Ghost Speed divine boats are in the level 3 fishery? The old man thought for a moment. I have no idea. They were all brought in from outside, but I think there must be a dozen or so. So many? Many? The old man patted a boat in his shop and said, do you know how much a Ghost speed divine boat is worth? No less than 10 million mid-quality pearls, and you may not be able to buy it even if you have the money. Do you think that's a lot? Han Fei took a breath. 10 million middle-quality pearls? That's quite a lot. If he used this amount of money to buy spiritual fruits, how many could he buy? Han Fei realized once again that he was terribly poor. Why did he think that? He wouldn't spend much in the level 3 fishery? See, only asking a question would cost him 100,000 mid-quality pearls. He was really going on a spending spree in the level 3 fishery. Then he asked the old man, "Sir, if you build a boat with those materials, how fast can it be?" The old man shook his head slightly and sighed. "If you can get all the materials and are able to make it, it may reach the speed of 5,000 miles an hour." Han Fei frowned. After engraving the formations on it? The old man rolled his eyes at Han Fei. Yes. Do you think it's so easy to make a top-speed fishing boat? If it's so easy, wouldn't they have filled the entire level 3 fishery? Are you buying or not? Lin Miao Miao was speechless listening to the conversation between the two. She was still considering how to improve her strength, but Han Fei had already started to play with fishing boats. She couldn't help but secretly sigh. She really didn't understand the rich man's world. Being fast or slow, in her opinion, didn't make much difference. However, Han Fei smiled and said, yes. Han Fei certainly would not be surprised by the price of 100,000 mid-quality pearls. On the contrary, if he could really buy knowledge about the materials for making the fastest fishing boats in the level 3 fishery with only 100,000 mid-quality pearls, he was very willing to spend this money. Dumb. 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 Han Fei waved his hand and suddenly 5 large boxes fell on the ground. When the boxes were opened, they found they were full of mid-quality pearls. And Lin Miao Miao's breathing became short after seeing it. This was 100,000 mid-quality pearls. Is anyone really willing to spend so much money just to buy a list of materials? Han Fei didn't ask if the list given by the old man was true, because he saw that the piece of wood the old man played with was a spiritual weapon. What shocked him more was that he saw that there was a formation engraved on the wood, which seemed to be a speed formation, which was slightly different from, but very similar to what he knew. So he was sure that this old man wouldn't cheat him just for 100,000 mid-quality pearls. Han Fei said calmly, "Please check the number of pearls." The old man glanced at Han Fei again. "Don't you want to know whether it is difficult to obtain these materials or not? If they are so easy to obtain, do you think the fastest fishing boat in the level 3 fishery would still be the Ghost Speed Divine boat?" Han Fei smiled. Being difficult to obtain doesn't mean impossible to obtain. Or you can write an alternative next to each material, okay? Even if the made boat doesn't reach 5,000 miles per hour, it will not be much slower than the Ghost Speed Divine boat. The old man nodded slightly. Okay, I can write down the name of the materials. And even tell you the approximate locations of them. However, I don't know where some of the materials are. It depends on your luck. The old man rummaged in the shop's trash for a long time and finally found a small box. Then, he took out a fish skin map, wrote something on, and threw the box to Han Fei. The old man picked up a floating stone and said, "For this kind of fishing boat, 1 floating stone is not enough and you'd better not use ordinary floating stones on it. Would you like to buy some from me? They are not expensive." I can give you them for the price of 30,000 per stone. Han Fei ignored the old man. The floating stone in your hand is the same as that of the fishing boat I bought for 100,000 mid-quality pearls, okay? Han Fei looked at the old man's fish skin map, and saw he needed 4 floating stones. Then he looked and saw information about the main keel, side keel as well as the words dragon boat tendon and dragon boat ribs, and realized that the old man's plan was to turn a single-cylinder engine into a 4-cylinder engine. What a genius! The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. I'll buy some, but only for 20,000 each. The old man shook his head. 20,000? Impossible. I've already given you the lowest price. Okay, I can charge you 5,000 less, this old fox. Han Fei smiled. Sir, I will pay you 50,000 at most, because I'm running out of money. The old man said indifferently, you can still make money. Look at the people on the boat, everyone is making money. Han Fei smiled. I don't know if I can meet you again after I get off this dragon boat. If I board another dragon boat, someone else will earn this money. The old man thought about it. What he said made sense. So he said sullenly, forget it. If it weren't for that fact that Meow Meow brought you here, I wouldn't give you this price. Okay, 50,000. Take them. On the side, Lin Meow Meow froze with just her eyes blinking. Are rich people also wayward? He spent 150,000 mid-quality pearls only to buy a fish skin map and 2 floating stones. His spendthrift ways shocked her. After leaving the fishing boat shop, Han Fei walked onto the deck and looked up at the sky. Why am I so poor? Oof. Lin Meow Meow rolled her eyes. Are you serious? If you are poor, then there are few rich people on this dragon boat. Han Fei found that now he only had 20,000 mid-quality pearls left. This was only the second day after he boarded the dragon boat. And he had almost spent all the 200,000 mid-quality pearls. Who could understand his pain? Something suddenly occurred to Han Fei, and he looked at Lin Meow Meow. I have a batch of goods to sell. Can you sell it for me? Lin Meow Meow blinked. What goods? Han Fei waved his hand, and some spiritual wood and a sea bamboo weapon of ultra-quality, magic level appeared in his hand. This. Lin Meow Meow took a look at it and rolled her eyes. This kind of submarine spiritual wood and spiritual bamboo rod may be worth a lot of money in the towns. However, in the level 3 fishery, it is worth at most 500 mid-quality pearls. Han Fei smiled. Okay, then I'll sell it at the price of 500. How much is an ultra-quality magic weapon? Lin Meow Meow thought for a moment. This kind of spiritual wood can only be refined into mid-quality or high-quality magic weapons worth about 20,000 mid-quality pearls. As for an ultra-quality magic weapon, the price is around 40,000 or 50,000. Han Fei was taken aback. It can sell for 100,000 or even 200,000 in the towns. Lin Meow Meow rolled her eyes again. The town is the town, and the level 3 fishery is the level 3 fishery. Besides, there are very few ultra-quality magic weapons in the towns. People prefer spiritual weapons. Only very special kinds of ultra-quality magic weapons can be sold at such a high price. Han Fei wondered. In this case, if I buy here, sell there, and pocket the difference, wouldn't I make a fortune soon? Lin Meow Meow shook her head. Of course not. First of all, even if you come to the level 3 fishery, you won't directly appear on a dragon boat. You need to spend time finding a dragon boat. This risk is not small. Maybe you think it doesn't matter to strong masters, but if you buy 10 pieces of ultra-quality magic weapons, it will cost you 400,000 based on the lowest price of 40,000 each, and 4 million for 100 pieces. How many people on this entire dragon boat have so much money? Besides, things in the level 3 fishery are cheaper. Many people can't resist the temptation and will spend the money here. Even if someone spends 4 million and successfully takes back 100 ultra quality magic weapons, who can he sell these products to? Very few people who can't come to the level 3 fishery can't afford it, and those who can will buy it directly here. And even if he can sell them, it will take him a long time. People come to the level 3 fishery, not for business, but to improve their strength. Therefore, very few people will do the reselling you mentioned. Han Fei glanced at Lin Miao Miao in surprise. This girl is very talented in business. Indeed, although the purchasing power of the townsmen was much stronger than that of the villagers, it was still incomparable with the people in the level 3 fishery. If he did the reselling, he might be able to make some money. But it would take him a lot of time. Han Fei changed the topic. Okay, let's go. Take me to buy some materials, and I'd like to buy only ultra-quality materials. Huh? Are you still going to do more shopping? Lin Miao Miao was speechless. Didn't you just say that you were running out of money? Han Fei chuckled. Yes, things are cheap here. I still have some money and can buy some more. In the trading area, Han Fei saw the treasure hunting fish stall replenished with treasure hunting fish. He swallowed and said to himself, no hurry, no hurry. It's still early, do the most important things first. After a while, Lin Miao Miao was dumbfounded. Han Fei spent money like water and bought almost all the materials of the ultra-quality magic weapon level. Within half an hour, Han Fei had already bought nearly 40 materials. Han Fei suddenly turned his gaze to Lin Miao Miao. How about the things I asked you to sell for me? Where is the money? Lin Miao Miao's eyelids twitched. Are you still going to buy more? Don't you have spiritual weapons? Why do you buy these magic weapon level materials? Han Fei did not answer, but urged her for the money. Just give me the money. Lin Miao Miao was speechless. She reluctantly took out 5,800 mid-quality pearls and handed them to Han Fei, wondering in her heart, this guy must be a spendthrift. Within half an hour, the 5,800 mid-quality pearls were all spent. Han Fei said to Lin Miao Miao, I'm going back. Come to me tomorrow morning. Lin Miao Miao was surprised. Huh? It's still early today. Han Fei said indifferently, I'll go on shopping tomorrow. But the guide fee for today. Han Fei waved his hand and said without turning his head, I will pay you in full. After returning to his room, Han Fei did not immediately go to refine the materials, but drew a spirit-gathering formation and made a small formation in the room with spiritual energy. This was a low-level formation called a fog formation. The formation itself had no attack or defense power. Its only function was to block the sight of others. Han Fei had tried and found that his spiritual perception could not penetrate the room. Obviously, the inside of this room had been specially arranged, blocking spiritual power. The dragon boat claimed that this was to protect the privacy of all residents. After all, no one wanted to be disturbed in cultivation. However, Han Fei felt that he'd better take some precautions. What if there was some monitoring mechanism on this dragon boat that he didn't know of? Then wouldn't the secret of the demon purification pot be exposed to others' vision? When the white mist steamed up in the room and even Han Fei couldn't see anything clearly, he sat on the ground and took out all the materials he just bought. Early the next morning, Han Fei was lying on the ground, practicing the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. He felt that his current physique still had a lot of room for improvement. If he cultivated at the current pace, it would take him 3 months or so to improve his physique to a higher level. Han Fei sighed slightly. Cultivation is difficult. He didn't know if it was because of the indestructible body, but his physique had been so horrifyingly strong even though his upper limit of spiritual energy could still be slowly improved, so were his flesh and bones. There seemed to be an invisible barrier. Han Fei sighed. Would he be struck by lightning when he deduced the 4th level of the void fishing technique? With this in mind, Han Fei burst into a cold sweat. Why do I have this weird idea? Do I like to be struck by lightning? Knock. Knock. There was a knock on the door. Han Fei got up and opened the door. When Lin Miao Miao saw Han Fei, she said, "Huh? Why are you sweating all over?" Han Fei answered casually, "Cultivation. Only by practicing hard can you grow quickly." Lin Miao Miao was speechless. Cultivation? I thought you only knew how to spend money. Suddenly, Han Fei asked in a low voice, "Well, where did you sell those things?" Lin Miao Miao paused. "What things?" Han Fei winked at her. "That trashy stuff. Where did you sell it? Take me there, okay?" Lin Miao Miao's little face immediately blackened. Trash? You call them trash? Come on. I got a 10% commission from selling them, which showed that those things were very valuable, okay? However, Lin Miao Miao immediately asked warily, "That is a secret. Do you have something to sell?" Han Fei was helpless. Secret? Just tell me. We're on the same boat. Okay, I can give you a 5% commission. Lin Miao Miao hesitated for a while, a bit reluctant to tell him. She still got a 10% commission yesterday, but now it turned to 5%. Yesterday, he was still spending money like dirt, but why did he suddenly become stingy now? How could she tell him her own channel, just for the 5% commission? Thinking about it, Lin Miao Miao saw Han Fei pull out a long sword, which was a shiny ultra-quality magic level weapon. Han Fei said, "I have 30 more weapons. Like this." Huh? Lin Miao Miao exclaimed, her eyes widening. Han Fei frowned. Don't make a fuss. Keep a low profile. Suddenly, Lin Miao Miao looked at Han Fei in shock and asked him via voice transmission, "Are you a refiner?" An absurd idea popped up in her heart. Did Han Fei buy the materials yesterday for refining? However, even if he was a refiner, how could he refine so fast? This was only one day, and he had refined 30 ultra-quality magic weapons? Han Fei transmitted his voice to her, "I can tell you. Don't tell others. Yes, I am a refiner. However, the 3-level fishery is so dangerous that I can't expose my identity." Lin Miao Miao kept nodding. Then, follow me. Lin Miao Miao compromised. She really couldn't resist the temptation of 50 or 60,000 mid-quality pearls. Yes, if Han Fei really had 30 ultra-quality magic weapons, he could definitely sell them for millions of mid-quality pearls. Then the commission she could earn would be as much as she had earned on 10 trips as a tour guide. Lin Meow Meow whispered, "Put the things away and follow me." After a while, Lin Meow Meow took Han Fei all the way to the -3 floor. Han Fei asked, "Here? Isn't the accommodation here for free? Do people here have money to buy things?" Lin Meow Meow shook her head. In addition to the free accommodation, the -3 floor is also the most chaotic place on the dragon boat. There are all sorts of people here. I used to live here when I had no money, so I accidentally discovered that there was a black market here. Lin Meow Meow took Han Fei to wind through the crowds and finally came to a dark house. Someone at the door was dissecting an anti-heaven blade and randomly threw the fish's internal organs to the ground. Someone was leaning against the door, cracking sea melon seeds, and gazed around stealthily. Several people were gambling in a circle, carrying wine jars, and making lots of noise. The atmosphere on the -3 floor was foul. The air smelled of fish and his eyes could only see scenes of filth. However, when Lin Meow Meow led Han Fei into the door, 2 strong men immediately stood up. One of them glanced at Lin Meow Meow and asked, "Who is he?" "He came to sell something." After that, Lin Meow Meow said to Han Fei, "Show one to them." Han Fei nodded slightly and casually showed them 2 daggers. The 2 strong men took a look and then one turned and went into the house. "Follow me." After walking in the dark space for a while, the big man took out 2 black robes and said, "Come on, put them on." Lin Meow Meow transmitted her voice to him, "There are many secrets here, so everyone has to wear a black robe and face mask to avoid being recognized." Han Fei was a little surprised. "Wow, that's quite mysterious." Han Fei put on the black robe. After wearing the face mask, he followed Lin Meow Meow to walk in through a secret door. After entering, Han Fei found that the space here was very large and stretched for more than several kilometers. In the darkness, many people squatted on the ground without saying a word. Therefore, it was extremely quiet. Lin Meow Meow said via voice transmission, "The rule here is that only voice transmission is allowed. All goods are bought and sold on the spot. Once you pay, there can be no turning back." There were quite a few customers walking among the booths, and it could even be said to be quite lively here. Someone was reluctant to leave holding something and talking with the seller. Someone paid money, then put away the thing he bought, hid his face under the black robe, and walked into the darkness. Lin Meow Meow said, "Here you don't need to find buyers, you just have to buy a booth." "How?" Lin Meow Meow took Han Fei to a shipboard not far away, tapped it lightly, and then a small window opened on the shipboard and a black-robed man glanced at them and stretched out his hand. After Lin Meow Meow paid the money, the man handed out a piece of paper with the number 63 on it. "Our position is number 63. Just go there and set up a stall." This was the first time Han Fei saw such a trading occasion and trading method. Following Lin Meow Meow to this so-called booth number 63, he was surprised to see a pile of sea melon shells on the ground. Lin Meow Meow shrugged. "Even I don't mind it." "Why do you care so much?" Han Fei sighed. "You don't mind it, so I can't mind it?" Then Lin Meow Meow took out a large fish skin and spread it out, looking at Han Fei. Put all the things you want to sell on it, and that's it. Han Fei waved his hand and a bunch of weapons were thrown out. Lin Miao Miao hurriedly transmitted a message to him, slow down. She immediately shook the fish skin, trying not to make a sound, but it was too late. Clang. Bang. Bang. Many people immediately looked at this side and Lin Miao Miao reminded him. No sound can be made here. You will be fined 100 mid-quality pearls for making a sound. Han Fei was surprised. Ah? Seriously? I'm selling weapons. How can I make no sound at all? After a few seconds, a man in black robes stood in front of Han Fei's booth and stretched out his hand. Lin Miao Miao sent him her voice, pay the fine. Han Fei responded, can you pay for me? I have no money now. Lin Miao Miao. Lin Miao Miao gave the money reluctantly. That's 100 mid-quality pearls. However, her eyes changed immediately. Although Han Fei made a sound just now, it also attracted some people's attention. Soon, a few people came over. When a person saw the pile of ultra-quality magic weapons on the ground, he immediately squatted down, picked up an axe, and looked at Han Fei. How much is the axe? Han Fei responded, 50,000 mid-quality pearls. The man picked up the axe, visibly stunned, and then looked at Han Fei. This axe is not bad, but it's a bit expensive. Han Fei replied, my goods are better than normal. However, the man shook his head. How do I know who you are? How about 40,000? Lin Miao Miao transmitted a message to Han Fei, bargaining is common in the black market. You can refuse to sell or bargain with him. However, the price is usually fixed. Han Fei nodded slightly and looked at the person opposite him. I can charge you 5,000 less. Otherwise, I won't sell it. My goods are all ultra-quality magic weapons made by a refiner. What I have here are all first-hand sources. The man thought for a moment and glanced back. When he saw several people approaching, he took a deep look at Han Fei. I'll take it. The man put down the money and left, and Han Fei was overjoyed. Wow, it's so easy to make money here. In the blink of an eye, he had earned 45,000 mid-quality pearls. One of the people who had just walked over was obviously a woman. She picked up a long whip that was serrated and extremely sharp and stroked it lightly with her hand and scarlet blood immediately dripped out. Han Fei wanted to say, don't drip your blood on it before you pay. But the next moment, 2 big boxes appeared in front of him. Han Fei grinned. 50,000 mid-quality pearls. This woman bought the whip without further ado. After a moment, Lin Miao Miao was surprised. She had never seen people selling ultra-quality magic weapons before. Very few people would buy high-quality or mid-quality magic weapons, so she thought this business was not very profitable. But what she saw now was really an eye-opener for her. Only half an hour later, Han Fei had already sold 10 ultra-quality magic weapons. Seeing Lin Miao Miao's eyes widened, Han Fei said, don't be surprised. You don't know the difference between an ultra-quality magic weapon and a high-quality one. An ultra-quality magic weapon that gives play to its full power is sometimes comparable to a low-quality spiritual weapon. Lin Miao Miao blinked. She really didn't know this. She was just an advanced, great fishing master and only had one high-quality magic weapon. Therefore, she didn't know much about weapons. After a while, Han Fei sold another 7 or 8 ultra-quality magic weapons. At this moment, he had already made a lot of money. Wow, this business is so profitable. If he kept doing this, he would earn tens of millions in half a month. Who could have expected that he could earn the total profit of the fish dragons over a year and a few days in the level 3 fishery? While Han Fei was smug, he suddenly found 3 men in black robes standing in front of the stall. Han Fei said to them via voice transmission, "If you want to buy something, hurry up. They're going to be sold out soon." However, the 3 people didn't move. One of them glanced at Lin Miao Miao and then spoke to the 2 of them. "You have broken the rules here. Don't you know that no more than 10 high-level products are allowed to sell in the high market at a time?" Lin Miao Miao was stunned. When did this rule come into being? The man gloomily glanced at the 2 of them and explained, "An ultra-quality magic weapon sells for nearly 50,000 mid-quality pearls, and 10 pieces would be worth 500,000. Because of this, you will quickly drain the money in the buyer's hands. Then how can other booths do business?" Lin Miao Miao said to him via voice transmission, "But I've seen some people selling spiritual weapons and combat skills here, much more than 10 pieces at a time." A black-robed man snorted. "That was before. This is now." Han Fei's eyes changed slightly. "I've sold more than 10 now." "Then what are you going to do?" The man said, "Tell me who refined this batch of ultra-quality magic weapons. Where is he? Tell me, and then you can continue to sell here today." Han Fei narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "So these people are picking on me. They are jealous of me." Han Fei looked around and found no one came up to preside over justice. He immediately realized that it was the managers of this black market who were interested in the source of his goods. Han Fei was silent for a while and then suddenly said, "Let's call it a day. We're leaving." However, the next moment, these 3 people stepped on his goods. "If you want to leave these ultra-quality magic weapons." Han Fei looked at Lin Miao Miao and smiled coldly. "Is killing allowed in the black market?" The 3 black-robed people sneered. "You broke the rules of the black market. First, leave the goods behind. Otherwise, leave your lives here." Han Fei smiled slightly and looked at them. "What if I say no? Go to hell." Han Fei felt a powerful force suddenly hit his mind. This was a soul attack. Han Fei was not injured. After all, he had the soul resistance pearl and the God-scaring painting, and his spiritual power was much stronger than an ordinary fisher's. But Lin Miao Miao was just an advanced great fishing master. Sure enough, Han Fei turned his head and saw that Lin Miao Miao was already bleeding from her nose and mouth, and she fell backwards. F***ck. At this time, Han Fei didn't care about the shit rules they said. Although Lin Miao Miao was a bit greedy for money, she had really helped him a lot these days and was also very dedicated. If he hadn't asked her to, she wouldn't have taken him to this black market. But now, she, an advanced great fishing master, was attacked by a dangling fisher that was good at soul attacks. Han Fei really hoped that she would not become a moron by this blow. Han Fei's face was all dark. This was quite possible. He remembered when Lu Renquan had fainted by the soul-attracting jellyfish. He was also bleeding from his nose and mouth. But Lu Renquan was much stronger than Lin Miao Miao. Just because he could withstand a soul attack didn't mean that Lin Miao Miao could. Han Fei was instantly angry, and a long knife appeared in his hand. The three black-robed people on the opposite side were surprised when they saw that Hanfei was unharmed. The next second, they all summoned their weapons. But Hanfei had already cut at them. In an instant, spiritual energy surged like a dragon, and within 100 meters, there was swirling spiritual energy. The black-robed man in the stall next to Hanfei hadn't had time to run before he was thrown off by the momentum of the knife. Stop it. At the moment Hanfei launched the attack, he heard someone shouting in the distance. The sound waves billowed in and many stallholders immediately began to pack up and were about to leave. But how could he take back the attack that he had launched? A horrible knife. Light cut across the sky and the three people in front of Hanfei retreated in a panic, looking horrified. Attach. Before they finished shouting, the knife light had cut through and the two of them were directly beheaded. The person left reacted the fastest and protected himself with a low-quality spiritual weapon. However, it was useless. With a crack, the spiritual weapon broke and a blood line came down from the person's forehead and he was directly cut in half. Bastards! How dare you make trouble on the black market? Go to hell. After killing the three of them, Hanfei took Lin Miao Miao and at the same time, with a wave of his hand, all the ultra-quality magic weapons on the ground were collected by him. Then he rushed out of the black market like a cheetah. Swoosh. Hanfei felt an arrow darting at him from behind after running less than a kilometer. For some reason, he felt this arrow could be fatal to him. Hanfei was a little horrified. This person was at least a peak-level dangling fisher. Hanfei held Lin Miao Miao in his arms and made weird postures, narrowly dodging the arrow. Huh? Hanfei ran wildly, but was followed by 3 more arrows. Hanfei was shocked. This black market was actually controlled by a peak-level dangling fisher? I dodge. I dodge. Bam. The arrows were too fast. Although Hanfei had tried his best, he was still hit by the last arrow. Bang. His spiritual energy protective cover shattered instantly. Hanfei stumbled and fell forward, but then he had 9 tails attached to him and he stabilized his body with the virtual claws, and broke out of the door. Hanfei's face was pale. A peak-level dangling fisher was really strong and the arrow went 3 inches under his skin. And the other party's remaining spiritual energy was still rampaging around in Hanfei's body. F***CK. Next time I come back, I'll kill you. Hanfei's figure quickly shuttled through the -3 floor. Along the way, many people were at a loss about what was going on, only feeling a gust of wind blowing past. But to Hanfei's surprise, although he had run out of the black market, that person still chased him out. Yes, once again, Hanfei sensed an extremely powerful arrow. Hanfei glanced at Lin Miao Miao, who was unconscious, looked around, and then went straight into a dark corner. Boom. The houses on the -3 floor were shattered by this arrow. After a few seconds, a man in a black robe walked grandly in the cabin of the -3 floor. This person held a longbow, looked at the ruins caused by him, and felt something was wrong. He blasted out the ruins with a punch, only to find that there was no one in the ruins. Huh? Where are they? The black-robed man stopped for a moment in front of the ruins. But there was no one within a kilometer of him. Where did Hanfei go? Soon, guards rushed down from above. However, when the guards reached the floor, only ruins remained. In Forge the Universe, Hanfei was vomiting blood. He knew that it was difficult to take a living creature in, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. After dragging Lin Meow Meow in to forge the universe, he found that he had consumed 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy, which stunned him. At this moment, Han Fei was covering his belly with one hand, while watching Lin Meow Meow, who was unconscious with a wry smile. Just now, the last blow from the black-robed man almost killed Han Fei. He was a peak-level dangling fisher and seemed to be using a spiritual weapon with a sealed soul inside. The indestructible body failed to block this violent blow, and he was shot through his lower abdomen by the arrow. Han Fei kept using the divine healing technique on himself, occasionally using it on Lin Meow Meow. Han Fei was deep in thought. Although only 18 weapons were sold, he had got more than 840,000 mid-quality pearls, with an average of 45,000 per piece. If he used all of this money to buy spiritual fruits, he would be able to buy hundreds of spiritual fruits. Then the products of the spiritual fruit specialty store he visited last time wouldn't even be enough for him. But Han Fei then smiled bitterly again. After leaving Forge the Universe, he would be still in the same spot. He didn't know what kind of situation he would encounter after he went out. If the black-robed man was still there, he might have to use all his strength to escape from the dragon boat. Of course, it was impossible to go out now. He had to recover and return to his peak state before he went out. Thinking it through, Han Fei found a piece of fish skin and blindfolded Lin Meow Meow's eyes. Then, he took out a soul resistance pearl and stuffed it into Lin Meow Meow's mouth. Han Fei muttered, "I'm not to blame for this. I didn't expect them to make a sudden attack, but trust me, if you really become a moron, I will definitely come back to avenge you one day. At that time I will wipe out the black market." Outside, on the deck of the top level of the dragon boat, a middle-aged man was fishing. But there was no fishing line on the fishing rod. Behind the middle-aged man, a man in black robes half-kneeled on the ground. "My lord, the bastard must still be hiding on the dragon boat. I've arranged for someone to investigate it. According to our reports, there are not many people who have seen them. Within half a day, I can definitely find them out." The middle-aged man grunted and said in a calm tone, "Killing is forbidden on the dragon boat. If you can't handle this matter well, just hand over the black market to someone else." The black-robed man quivered, bent lower, and said in a trembling voice, "Yes, my lord." "Okay, go. Don't disturb my fishing." After leaving the deck, the black-robed man just summoned his subordinates and someone hurried over. "Boss, we found them." "Oh. Where?" The man hurriedly said, "We haven't found their whereabouts, but we've gotten information about them. The murderer came to the level 3 fishery for the first time and his name is Han Fei." The black-robed man paused for a moment. "Huh, Han Fei? This name sounds a bit familiar." "And?" his subordinate said, because this was the first time Han Fei boarded the dragon boat, he didn't know anything about the dragon boat. So he hired a guide called Lin Meow Meow, who was only an advanced great fishing mast, who just lives in the free area on the -3 floor. In the past 2 days, she took Han Fei to many places. They had bought treasure-hunting fish, spiritual fruit and floating stones. Oh, yesterday they also bought a lot of refining materials. The black-robed man's voice suddenly became cold. "They bought refining materials? The subordinate shuddered suddenly and lowered his head, saying, "Yes." After the purchase, Han Fei stayed in his room for a whole day and didn't come out. Until this morning. The pupils of the black-robed man constricted. After buying the refining materials yesterday, he went to sell those ultra-quality magic weapons today? Is he actually a refiner? This news was too important. Refining was a special profession. What the brat sold were all ultra-quality magic weapons. So could he refine spiritual weapons? Could he also seal a soul into a spiritual weapon? If he could, it would be even more terrifying. Even on the dragon boat, a refiner who could seal souls was a superior existence. But why did he go to the black market to sell things? With his abilities and identity, as long as he opened his mouth, he could easily sell hundreds or thousands of weapons, let alone dozens. The black-robed man's eyes narrowed slightly. Find them. Secretly. If you find them, tell me. If anyone dares to attack them without my permission, kill them. Yes. Half a day later. Han Fei's injury healed, but he hadn't returned to his peak state. After all, his lower abdomen was pierced and his internal organs were hurt. If it weren't for his divine healing technique, it would take him at least 2 days to recover. Suddenly, Lin Miao Miao coughed and started to move. It seemed that she had just recovered from her state of mental breakdown. Han Fei asked, "Oh, you finally woke up. How is your head?" "Ah. It hurts." "Don't move. Your soul is damaged and your spiritual power is exhausted, so you feel uncomfortable. Meditate for a while." Lin Miao Miao was dizzy and her mind was still clouded. After a few full hours, she slowly recovered. "Ah. What's wrong with my eyes? I can't see anymore." Seeing Lin Miao Miao was about to take off the fish skin from her eyes, Han Fei quickly grabbed her hand and said, "Don't move. Your soul is damaged. Don't let your eyes be exposed to light in the next little bit. Otherwise, you might really go blind." Lin Miao Miao was so scared that she almost cried. "Oh. Is it so serious? Am I going to be blind? I don't want to be blind. How can I fish if I am blind?" Han Fei comforted her, "You won't be blind. As long as you listen to me, you will be able to take off the blindfold in 1 day at most. But now you must not take it off." "Okay, I won't take it off, I won't. Lin Miao Miao's face turned pale with fright, but Han Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "If you really saw my forge the universe, I might be forced to kill you." Suddenly, Lin Miao Miao said in surprise, "The spiritual energy here is so full. Where are we?" Han Fei lied, "We are now in a room on the 4th floor of the dragon boat." "It's okay. The spiritual energy in this room is very sufficient." Lin Miao Miao was surprised. 4th floor? Huh. What about the 3 people? Just now? They seem to have attacked us. Han Fei blinked. How should I explain it? Tell her that I killed the 3 people with 1 cut? Or tell her that we are being chased by a peak level dangling fisher? Lin Miao Miao probably wouldn't believe him. Han Fei had to lie again. "I bribed them into letting us out. But, we can't go to the black market anymore. Also, after all, you were injured because of me. Now I will give you a 10% commission. But you can't go to the black market anymore." Lin Miao Miao was silent for a moment. "Forget it. Just give me a 5%. Commission. After all, you saved me. Han Fei shook his head slightly. I don't have the habit of owing favors to others. Just keep it. As he said, he put a few big boxes in front of Lin Miao Miao. Take it. If you can, don't stay in this dragon boat anymore. You are only a great fishing master and the level 3 fishery is not suitable for you. Suddenly Lin Miao Miao realized something and quickly asked, something happened, right? If nothing happened, why would you have come to the 4th floor of the dragon boat? Han Fei thought for a moment. It's none of your business. Remember to go to the teleportation formation immediately after you go out. Go back to your town. I've given you a lot of money, which is enough for you to break through to a dangling fisher. The next day, after spending a full day in Forge the Universe, Han Fei came out with Lin Miao Miao. As soon as he appeared, he found that the ruins were gone and it was turned into a dark house again. Han Fei let out a long sigh. This was why he chose here before. It was the darkest here, and most people didn't want to sleep here. Lin Miao Miao asked. What happened just now? It felt so special. Don't think too much about it. It's just a seal on the dragon boat. Can I take off the blindfold? Han Fei looked around for a while and nodded slightly. Yes. Remember. Go straight to the teleportation formation and leave. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Lin Miao Miao took off the blindfold and was then stunned. This is not the 4th floor. This is still the -3 floor. Han Fei grunted. Yes, it's the -3 floor. I lied to you. Lin Miao Miao was speechless. Liar. But then she remembered her body seemed to leave some place. Besides, the enriched spiritual energy she felt just now disappeared suddenly. What happened? Han Fei knew his words were full of loopholes, but he didn't care. It would be fine as long as Lin Miao Miao didn't know where they had been. Han Fei explained, don't ask. I killed those 3 people in the black market. Now, I'm afraid there is a peak-level dangling fisher looking for us. So, you must leave. Lin Miao Miao was startled and gritted her teeth. I'm going to buy some training resources before leaving. Han Fei thought about it. For a while. It seemed to make sense. Back in town, where could she buy such cheap spiritual fruits and weapons? So he nodded. I'll go with you. Han Fei didn't know how naive he was. He thought that the black market was a black market because it was secret. Therefore, people in the black market would not be willing to be exposed in public. Since he had escaped from the black market, it would be difficult for the black-robed man to find him on such a large dragon boat. But as soon as the 2 of them appeared on the -1 floor, Han Fei's face suddenly changed and he took Lin Miao Miao and said, let's leave. No time to buy anything. Huh? What happened? Han Fei said to her via voice transmission, we are being watched. Where is the teleportation formation? Let's go straight there. Lin Miao Miao's face turned pale. In the middle of the 1st floor. It was not far from here. Han Fei immediately took Lin Miao Miao's hand and walked along the railings of the boat to the middle of the dragon boat. At this moment, there was a circle of people fishing near the railing, and Han Fei was also very close to the railing. After all, they were all focused on fishing and wouldn't notice 2 fishers passing by. Han Fei said to Lin Miao Miao, don't panic. Relax. Just act as though you're my guide. Don't look back. But how could Lin Miao Miao not panic? However, being warned by Han Fei, she didn't dare to show her emotions, so she talked and pointed here and there as if she was explaining the boat to Han Fei. The two had only walked a short while before Han Fei found a guard staring at him and then nodding to another guard. Damn. Then Han Fei saw a middle-aged man walking towards him. The man looked at Han Fei kindly, walked slowly to him, and motioned him to leave with him. Han Fei felt the threat of this man. His heart skipped a beat. Shit, why were they discovered so soon? How did they find them? Lin Miao Miao still wanted to go forward but was stopped by Han Fei. She looked back and found that Han Fei was standing still and looking at a middle-aged man opposite him. Lin Miao Miao's face changed slightly and she seemed to realize something. The middle-aged man walked up to Han Fei with a smile. Let's talk? Han Fei smiled coldly. Talk? Let's talk here. The middle-aged man shrugged and said, okay, then let's talk here. The middle-aged man looked at Han Fei with a smile and said via voice transmission, I wonder how you managed to escape from my arrows without using a flash stone? However, you escaped, which shows your ability. Now I'll give you a chance. Help me refine spiritual weapons, and I can spare your lives. Han Fei clenched Lin Miao Miao's hand. Was his identity as a refiner exposed? The other party was so sure. He must have found some information on him. However, what Han Fei was worried about was not whether his identity was exposed, but why the guards would listen to this man's dispatch. Not good. Did the dragon boat runners really not know the existence of the black market where so many people were trading? No, they may have learned of the black market a long time ago, but why didn't they cancel it? Profit. There were many shady deals in the black market. Although he didn't have time to go shopping in the black market, he could guess that most of the things sold there were acquired non-conventionally. In the black market, people paid money and took what they wanted, which was completely different from the way of trading outside. In this way of operation, one could get good things and gain more profits. Han Fei immediately figured out that there must be a big shot controlling the black market behind the scenes. Unfortunately, it was too late to realize it. His top priority now was how to escape. Han Fei looked at the middle-aged man and said via voice transmission, if I refuse, are you going to kill us in front of so many people? The middle-aged man smiled and said, I forgot to tell you that I am now a dragon boat inspector. You killed people on the dragon boat, so I have the right to kill you on the spot. Han Fei took a deep look at the middle-aged man. My business has nothing to do with this girl. I will send her out of the dragon boat and then talk to you. The middle-aged man laughed loudly and then looked at Han Fei sharply. You are not in a position to negotiate terms with me. I will give you 3 seconds to consider. 1. 2. Han Fei sighed slightly. Just as the middle-aged man got to 3, Han Fei suddenly held Lin Miao Miao, then jumped over the railings like a bolt of lightning, jumping directly down the dragon boat. Many people who were fishing were stunned. What was going on here? Was this guy an idiot? How dare he jump down a dragon boat? Humph. Do you think you can run away? The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold and he immediately shouted, the inspector is enforcing the law. Any irrelevant people shall leave now. Lin Miao Miao was confused. Just now, Han Fei and the middle-aged man looked at each other for a while, and then he suddenly took her and jumped off the boat. However, Han Fei's face was extremely solemn at the moment. He felt an arrow darting at him from behind. The powerful force gave him a sense of crisis. Again. In midair, Han Fei suddenly turned around, turning the water-dividing seal in his hand into a shadow and smashing it at the arrow. Bam! In an instant, the shadow of the big seal was shattered. Han Fei gasped and immediately activated a spiritual energy protective cover, turning over to shield Lin Miao Miao behind. Although most of the power of the arrow was blocked by the water-dividing seal, the remaining power was not something Lin Miao Miao could resist. Bam! The huge countershock force directly pushed Han Fei and Lin Miao Miao into the water. At the moment he entered the water, Han Fei dove directly to the bottom of the sea. However, another small cyan arrow darted at him. Han Fei felt his blood freeze. If he hadn't brought Lin Miao Miao with him, he might not be afraid. However, Lin Miao Miao was too weak. Even if the arrow just grazed her, she could be killed. Han Fei couldn't help but miss Xia Xiaochan. If she were here right now, she would probably lead this guy out and then try to kill him. Lin Miao Miao was horrified and transmitted a message to him in a panic. Who is he? Why is he chasing us? Han Fei's speed was very fast and he played the effect of the shadow swimming art to its extreme. He responded to Lin Miao Miao, he is a peak-level dangling fisher who wants to kill me. Sorry for involving you in. At this time, Han Fei saw a large number of fishing hooks falling around him. He couldn't help but shake his head. Do those stupid bystanders want to fish me? With their poor spiritual power? Are they out of their minds? A golden and red light flashed across Han Fei's body and a pair of wings suddenly opened. Huh? Wow! The bystanders all exclaimed and someone on the top of the dragon boat suddenly got up. A junior dangling fisher with a legendary spiritual beast? Is it him? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly. Is he the person the Sun family is looking for? The middle-aged man suddenly turned around and asked, how many people from the Sun family are there on our boat? Behind the middle-aged man, a peak-level dangling fisher bowed his head respectfully. My lord, there are 3. As soon as he said so, a fishing rod shot through the air. At the same time, 2 people plunged into the water. The subordinate of the middle-aged man said, my lord, the Sun family has moved. Shall we let Black Robe come back? The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. No, after all, he killed 3 people on the dragon boat. It is justified for us to hunt him down. Let Black Robe get him. As for the people of the Sun family, well, their motives are different from ours, so don't bother them. Even if the superiors blame them, it will have nothing to do with us. After little gold attached to Han Fei, his speed soared to his limit. In an instant, he escaped a kilometer away. However, what shocked Han Fei was that someone was attacking him with a fishing hook. And besides the black-robed man behind him, there were 2 more people. The speed of these 2 people was fast, not much worse than Black Robe. So it was likely they were also peak-level dangling fishers. In addition to the guy using the fishing rod, now there were 4 peak-level dangling fishers chasing him. Han Fei's figure flickered in the water, making various strange swimming postures, and he was so fast that the people chasing him almost vomited blood. Black Robe was surprised to see 3 other peak-level dangling fishers were also chasing Han Fei. He thought it made perfect sense for him to catch Han Fei, but he did not intend to kill him. After all, a refiner was really too valuable. But the other three were different. Their attacks were quite fierce, and they didn't seem to care about Han Fei's life. Black Robe asked them, "Who are you?" Someone responded, "Thousand Star City, Sun Family. This guy is ours." Black Robe frowned and withdrew the small arrow he was about to shoot out. The Sun Family? He knew that a while ago, a large number of masters from the Sun family of the Thousand Star City came to the level 3 fishery, seemingly to find someone. They seemed to be quite determined and had almost sent their people to every dragon boat. Was the person the Sun family was looking for that boy? If this was the case, what secret did the boy have to cause the Sun family to send so many masters to chase him down? And Han Fei's face was all dark now. What should he do with Lin Miao Miao? It seemed that he had dragged her down. But how could he escape with her?